Let's get together. We're not. That was Sunday.
Nobody's there. Oh, I can't hear.
So we do have Julia online as well as Ann Esch. It looks, I don't see anybody else on or in the waiting room. As I said, we will need to evaluate some additional, and we're working with staff to look at some of these additional areas that are typically on a municipal fee and fine schedule. They include Marshal's Department services, court costs, typical things like that, as well as some additional things that help to offset some of the services that Public Works provides, such as driveway permits and et cetera, road cut permits. So Julia, are you on and can you hear us? Would you like to introduce this? It looks like she's froze.
Maybe she's on, but she's not able to. Maybe her mic's not connected. Maybe she's on.
Okay, we'll give her
Oh,
just
it
a
says
moment.
she's connected to audio now.
Okay. So we'll give her just a moment.
You know how to expand? You know how to zoom this in?
Let's go ahead and print this. I'll print a couple of copies of it real quick, and that way everybody's got a copy that they can have in front of them. But yeah, you can zoom in. Ooh, too far.
Hey, town manager, Becky, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I'm having some audio visual club struggles, but we'll manage.
Okay, perfect. I did give them a little bit of background information, just letting them know that there, are other departments that we need to take into consideration when updating this fee and fine schedule, but wanted to start here with our land use code or our land use fees and fines. And if you would like to introduce it, I figured we'd just have a very casual discussion. This is being a starting point. Once we arrive at, some idea of how we want to take this, the next steps of the process for adoption, just so that everybody's aware, is that it'll need to go before legal review. That should be a very quick process and easy, fairly painless. But I didn't want them to have to review it several times. So we're beginning here. And then you'll be able to adopt this by resolution. This is something that's typically done at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year with your budget. At the beginning of the year, you adopt your fee and fine schedule. We had one that worked okay for this year, but it's probably not covering all of our costs. In the meantime, this next 5 months, 4 months that we have, this will be a really good time to evaluate over these next couple of months if they are covering costs. If some things need to be adjusted, we'll have the opportunity to do so again in January, your first meeting.
Great. So I can see the Board of Trustees right now. So if at any point my audio is a little bit funny, we're still working on that. Someone just wave. I'm assuming right now you can hear me. Mayor Dixon, hello, good evening. Trustees, thank you for having me to introduce this work session. In your packet, you have a few things. You have some examples, or actually they're actually links directly from other fee schedules in small towns. Some of them nearby, some of them not so much, but a lot of them, they're all focused in Colorado. You also have just kind of a starting place, some numbers to start our discussion for covering town services for planning. And I know that there are a couple people, specifically Trustee Guthrie and Commissioner Blasey, if he is there, remember way back in 2019 when all permits were, I think, about $125. In the fall of 2019, we raised the fees a little bit to cover the cost of the clerk, planner, manager, public works, and the marshal, all who helped develop the staff report, compliance, fee collecting, emailing, posting, digging the post for posting the postings, hardware, software, everything, all the overhead that goes into this. And they cover a lot of it, but as Becky, the town manager, just said, that does not cover the overhead that goes into these permits. You may be seeing a little bit of sticker shock, and I agree, it is high. But what I'm here to do tonight is to hear your concerns and to answer questions that I can about what we have. We have a brand new code, as you know. We have me, but I can easily be replaced with any number of consultants who will cost a certain amount. So basically what this is a work session. So let's get some input on the permits and I can try and answer some questions, and it's a starting place.
Now, what sort of overhead are we talking about that the fees are so high? In my opinion, at least.
Overhead meaning, so I just listed a bunch of things and I can discuss those. So those are all the salaries that go into any part of any of those positions that are brought in to consider some of these. Oddly enough, the town marshal actually gets brought into a lot of these permits, definitely enforcement.
Thank you.
You have,
Oh, continue. Sorry.
oh, okay. And I'm sorry, I can't see with whom I'm speaking.
Donzello, Nick Donzello, trustee.
Trustee, thank you for your question. Yes, so everything that goes, so not just the staff, but also writing the staff reports, doing the research, any mapping that's required, which we haven't done a lot of in the past. Public hearings are going to be more time. Really, you're talking about people's time, but also hardware, software, a lot of programs, just keeping the lights on, a town hall, all of these things. It may seem small, but over time it adds up. And there's also a considerable, I think this is important to understand, that every time I get an inquiry about, or I used to get an inquiry about a potential project, there's a lot of back and forth emailing, which is time, it's time consuming. So I think there's an incentive here, and I believe the town manager will have some say in some points about this, in incentivizing people, applicants, to submit a full application that is detailed and appropriate.
How many applications did we process last year and the year before? Didn't we go over this a couple meetings ago? It was like several to a dozen. Is that correct?
So we did have a couple of larger projects last year, but for the most part, most of the applications that people bring in are quite literally a deck remodel, a fence permit, those types of very simple applications. I do anticipate that in the coming years, you may see some additional larger projects coming in. Those are going to be fairly limited by our geographical constraints and the availability of buildable land in Green Mountain Falls, to be perfectly honest. But as homes age, they do require some remodeling. Things don't last forever. The other thing too that I think that we were seeing a lot was more complicated applications as a result of encroachment issues. Those are some of the things that we attempted to clean up last year. In the past, the town had done a lot of revocable permits for those encroachment things. That's the option that the town had before, but it was things that would make a very simple fence application or a carport re-roof end up being a little bit more of a complicated project because we were attempting to clean up some of those encroachment issues.
So did that incur any costs to us? And if not, what were some of the issues, the difficulties with that?
So the hardest part of that was that, the short answer is that we had Nate last year that was serving as the town planner. He was doing that on top of his clerk duties. There were probably things that he needed to be working on or spending more time on the clerk side of things. BoT can tell you that the core requests that we get, all those little items that are his responsibility by statute, they take time. So you know, as far as did we lose money on them? It was staff time. It was staff time that you know, with a small staff and a small office, we're
Didn't we have the planning commission volunteer to assist in these smaller projects? Isn't that an asset that we could utilize? And if so, we're such a small town, and if really there are only 7 to a dozen permits every year, is it something of a service we can provide to our citizens utilizing the planning commission so that we're not getting whacked by, you know, both town costs and regional building? Because they're still gonna incur some more costs, I guess, other than just the town agreement. It just seems to me that, not to digress on the pool, but like a service to the community that's only so many people that live here every year and so many permits that are, is there something that we can do about this schedule and like possibly not even charge anybody for decks, posts, signs? You know, if we can utilize the planning committee or planning commission that has already volunteered their services.
give me just a moment. I want to make sure that I quote this appropriately.
Sure.
So Julia, to answer part of your question, trustee Donzello, Julia and I spent some time on this, and we did have considerable debate about, you know, which strategy. I pressed for this. I'll just own it. To me, all this is a tax, right? That's all. These are just masked taxes. You know, so if we don't charge the user, the applicant, then the whole town pays that fee.
How does that work?
And so, well,
How does the whole town pay that?
so if these are pass-through fees that are, you know, to cover expenses, so if those don't come in, you know, it's just coming from tax base, right? It's all the constituents, you know.
Again, like what expenses is the town incurring? The government body incurring?
It's time, and then it's the contract planner, and then the contract planner is using software,
Okay.
you know, and
And
stuff
I
like
understand that, but just
So
playing
these
devil's
are-
advocate here, can
the
we
idea-
utilize the planning commission? Is that, I'd like to actually hear from them and
She's coming to that in just a second. So
yeah,
Julie and I tried to come up with, you know, what is the real cost, you know, to the town for processing and issuing these permits? And I felt like if you didn't charge the applicant directly, then it would be, that expense would be broadcast to, you know, to everyone in that community.
so what goes
It's
into,
a shared expense.
okay, so again, like what, so what goes into the process of issuing a permit? Do you have to look at the plans, get your eyes on the actual footing of, like the footprint of like a deck, for instance? Do you guys have to get your eyes on it for more than 5 minutes? Do you, like, what's the process for you to actually issue a permit that
I'll
would
let-
cost $1,000?
I'll let Julia jump in, you know, more on this for the complex ones, but it starts with, you know, reviewing the land use code, reviewing what they're doing, looking at the parcel, looking at overviews, looking at past permits. So there's a lot of research right off the bat. And then for the more extensive, you know, permits, I'll let Julia jump in here until Becky's ready for the other part. Do you want to take that one, Julia?
Sure, thank you. 5 minutes would be not, it would be insufficient, but it would be sufficient if I were to receive a complete application with a site plan that were sufficient. A lot of the time, and I think this is a worthwhile discussion to have about how, when, and where to accept these applications, or what is on them as I start to work on this. I don't have the information that I need in order to determine if a proposed project is compliant with the land use code.
Okay, so this is this is essentially hiring you, and then out of the schedule, you get paid based on the fees. Is that correct? So we're essentially, this is a thing that we're hiring an outside contractor to handle this. Is that correct? Okay. So this isn't for town time, or this is actually for her time. This isn't for planning commission time. This is
Right.
for her time.
This is to offset the cost of
Right,
having
of paying her to do this. And,
Yep.
and no offense, Julia, I'm just, just asking questions, 'cause I'm trying to figure out, what, these fees. I mean, we are a small town, and I believe you live here too, don't you? Don't you live in this town?
No, I do not. I do not live in Mountain Falls. I used to live at Town Hall a lot, but
Okay.
no.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, personally, if we were to make a motion tonight, I don't feel comfortable moving forward without talking to the planning commission, who's volunteered to save us and our citizens here, our residents that live here, money. $1,000 to $3,000.
Becky, have you found that email yet?
I sure did. And so this is a email that where the planning commission had actually reached out to legal and asked if they could, assist in processing applications. And legal's response was the town planner could not serve as a planning commissioner or a board of trustees member, basically, and vice versa, because they would have prejudged the application and be given additional weight in deciding the application. If they did act as the town planner or functioned as a town planner on certain applications, they'd need to recuse themselves on the record for each of those applications when sitting as an appointed or elected member. In our land use code, it states which body acts as the appellate body for applications. In some cases, it's the planning commission, and other times it's the board of trustees. So if there's ever an appeal right that lives outside of the land use code, which is, not specifically listed in the land use code, then the planning commission hears that appeal because they serve as the town's board of adjustment. So really what it does is if the planning commission is reviewing those applications, not only is there a perception or potential for perception of a bias, but also it muddies the waters for an appellate body.
Okay, so in layman's terms, there's state statutes that simply just bar them from having any, responsibilities and duties concerning applications.
And because they're the deciding factor. So
Okay, if there's an appeal process.
well, or I mean, and the thing is if they were to deny an application, then that's where the appeal starts.
What if they did process applications and we were the involved in the appeal process?
You already are.
Right. To like another level, right? There's like
Right,
two,
to
so it
another
goes to
level.
them, and then if there's still some contention, it comes to us. Well, does there have to be two bodies involved in the appeal process by state statute?
By your land use code
Okay.
and yeah, your town code.
So essentially, we would have to rewrite a small section of that to make this work, that planning commission could actually go through the application process, and that there was an appeal that they could appeal to, a higher body such as the board of trustees.
So,
they have to change a couple
really
lines.
the purpose of this and when we're looking at these fee schedules and we did look at, being, wow, these are kind of high.
Yeah, they're really high.
And so there's an opportunity. And I think that the way that a lot of communities have approached this, that has been a little bit more palatable. And there's several reasons that they do this. But they kind of have a pass-through agreement. Simple applications are simple applications. I think it's important to have a fixed, predictable fee for those. But for the more complicated applications, ones, and that you've done this in your fee schedule in the past with engineering or legal services when appropriate, is to have that pass through to where, Julie is able to look at it and say, I think that it might take me this amount of time to process this application. She's able to collect a deposit for the maximum amount of time that she thinks that it could take this. And then we collect the deposit. If it costs more, we'd have to bill the applicant prior to their, give me just a second.
Yeah.
I see your wheels turning. But to where we're able to issue a refund. What this ends up doing is that it encourages the applicant to be efficient with their time, to have their application materials in order, to where then we're not having to chase down bits and pieces of application.
So, again, I'm aware that the planning commission, this was their idea, I believe out the gates, that if there was something that was an overwhelming project, that, it was something that could be, a contractor could be somebody that would be utilized. And I think that that's what the spirit of that email was, because, of course, have had conversations with the chairman about it as well on a one-on-one, and that doesn't seem to be what the spirit of that idea was, that they would be able to take care of it. So I'm just wondering if we changed 3 lines in our code, or 4 or 5 several lines, and again, they were able to save residents that live in this town, like a lot of money, because it sounds like this is a general schedule that could increase exponentially if it takes the contractor more time to process the application. So it doesn't seem like a fence or a sign would be $200. It could be $1,000. Is that correct? That it could cost more money?
It's broken out here that a deck would be $250, or a fence and a sign would be $200.
Yeah.
But there is the opportunity to go up to $1,000 for things that are not specifically listed here.
And
I would like to
apologize.
ask some
This is-
questions if you don't mind. You've been pretty much manipulating the discussion so
of
far.
manipulating.
Yes.
That's a very strong
yes,
word.
Yes.
Certainly
I'd like
don't
to
think
give the
manipulating.
other trustees a chance to ask questions.
Oh, yeah,
You're
absolutely.
You've been the only one talking.
Been
So,
waiting. Nobody's
I
been
have
speaking up.
I have a
You should
I have a
probably
question on
not
the
accuse
site
me of
plan
manipulating
review.
anything.
You
Oh.
want me to help you?
You're going to gavel me where? Where are you going to gavel me?
Hush,
Yeah.
please. There's
Don't be
there's
rude.
Other trustees on here that want to ask questions.
I would love
Nick.
to hear from them.
You've been,
don't
you've
do
been
that.
talking for 25
Don't
minutes.
do that.
You've
That's
been
very
talking for
rude.
25 minutes,
It's
Nick.
very rude, Mr.
It's
Mayor.
rude for you to talk for 25 minutes.
It's rude for you
and
to accuse me of manipulating the
you're-
conversation.
you're
Nobody
saying
said
that all the
anything.
time.
And anybody could have raised their hand.
And I am.
Don't do that.
I am.
Don't do
I am
that.
raising my hand right now. I
Yeah.
want to ask questions.
Good. Ask questions. Don't
Okay.
threaten to gavel me,
So-
Mr. Mayor. Don't do that.
I will.
You're a tough guy with a big gavel.
Yeah. Minor site plan review. It says 5.3C, $1,000. What does that mean?
Mr. Mayor, did you want me to answer a question? I lost audio for a second.
Yeah, Julia, I think that is coming your way on
Okay.
on line number 3 on the Excel doc. It says minor site plan review, and we're
Yes.
looking for clarity on the code reference
Yes.
5.3C.
So you see fence and sign, you see the numbers there. An addition, a retaining wall, which would have a pass-through cost. So minor site plan review in the code, this is just because not everything is going to be, and hopefully it would be, a deck, a fence, or a retaining wall. If there is another project, which if there's another project that meets the minor site plan review definition that does not fall into those items, it would be $1,000.
We clarify that, please. And I would agree that I think the fees are too much of a step input. You know, I think it's too high. I think things are overall in general too high,
Oh,
especially when we go from a variance on down the road, that those $500 and now we're sitting at 2,000.
And that's a valid concern to, to think about right now, because if they do get too high, it can be prohibitive. right?
Yeah,
Somebody.
and that's my
who's on
concern.
the fence, about whether or not to get a permit might just decide to go for it if,
Yep.
if it represents a big portion of the total project cost.
But yeah, I mean, to me, like 50% of this, might be a starting point.
Julie mentioned that there was a packet. Is there something else that had comparisons with other entities?
We did have an email that came out that had that. Did you see that?
It had like Fountain and a bunch of other towns.
Nah,
the
must have
county.
missed it.
But I guess the important thing, like, if this schedule is set in place, it's set in stone, again, can a deck permit cost more than $250 for a resident if she's spending more time on this?
Once you've adopted this fee and fine schedule, this will be what we're required to charge and nothing more. So that's where that opportunity for those pass-throughs on the more major projects, hopefully, and typically most decks and retaining walls, those smaller projects, they're going to be pretty simple administrative approvals for those minor site plans. For the major site plans, of course, those are a little bit more expensive. It does take a lot of staff time and critical review. And you are, really, you're comparing them against the parcel boundaries, all those things to ensure that they are within the areas that they're supposed to be and done the right way.
Trustees, any like to hear some other thoughts? Catherine, Sunday?
Where would I go to see the current fees?
Should be on our town website.
I've got a copy here if you want to see it.
I've been looking at the codes on the website and I'm not finding it.
It's not in the codes. It's actually under the fee structure on the website. There's
Okay.
a fees section.
Fee schedule.
Yeah.
It's only 2.5 pages. So, yeah, okay, I'm seeing it on the second page. Thank you.
Trustee Guthrie. Ives, thoughts?
Again, we're not voting on this tonight. Is that correct? That's not even on.
Not voting on this. What I would like to have happen is if you all could kind of send some feedback, questions that we can evaluate over the next couple, well, it'd be great to have it by next week if possible. If you can get us questions that we can either respond to or suggestions, then, we'll have another draft before adoption. In the meantime, until this is adopted, we are required to charge only what's listed in the fee and fine schedule that we have currently adopted. So it is a little bit of a challenge. We are going to, if we have a big project come in, we could potentially incur some costs to be able to process that application. And, really, if the costs aren't high enough and the town's absorbing that, that's coming out of our general fund, that's coming out of our budget. And while it might save a homeowner a little bit of money, it's, the cost is being then borne by the rest of the citizen base. So.
Now, but please explain that though, like, how is it incurring costs of the town? I mean, I'm just saying you guys are staff, you guys already are, you have a salary. Like, you guys would be the ones that essentially would either delegate that responsibility or take it on yourself, right? So, I mean, I guess the first question without sending an email would just be, would we be able to hear from the planning commission and what their vision was? And if it's even realistic to have just the code rewritten slightly so that we're the appealing body hands down, and that what they wanted to do was to be more involved with the smaller stuff, the decks, and not the major site plans. It's all like minor stuff, I think. I mean, is that any possibility?
So the planning commission was also provided a copy of all these documents and invited to participate in this conversation.
For tonight's meeting or
For the
work
plan-
session?
For the work session.
I may be, I might have my dates off, but I think the last time that the fee schedule was adjusted was maybe within 2 years of the comprehensive plan of 2008. And the way that was done was an ad hoc committee was formed by the Board of Trustees called the Economic Sustainability Committee. And one of the things that we were tasked with was to adjust the fee schedule. So the way that we came up with those fees was to look at the costs to the town. So if you think of, you're selling, if this was a retail outlet and we're selling products for less than we pay for them, it's going to come out of somewhere. And there's only so much time that, that anybody has, but if the time is not offset, like if they're getting lots of applications, it's going to have an impact on the amount of time that our staff is able to dedicate to other, I would say, more far-reaching and in terms of the general public than a specific application. So, it makes sense to me that we would hire someone such as Julia so that burden is, doesn't create this unpredictable burden on the staff. I know there hasn't been, a tremendous amount of applications, but in the recent annexation, it was a huge amount of hours.
Yeah.
It was, it does add up. And so back during the time we were creating the fee schedule more than 10 years ago, we didn't just pull numbers out of a hat. We worked with Public Works and, other staff to figure out actually how much time it takes to process stuff. You might look at the gazebo as something, why would we charge for weddings? It's just sitting there, but there are costs involved in everything. And I know that, it sounds, I listened to your argument about the Planning Commission doing this, but, when I served as secretary for the Planning Commission, there were times when I could tell there had been, some conversations with one of the commissioners outside of the meeting with the applicant. And it's pretty obvious when it comes before the Planning Commission. And I'm not talking about the current Planning Commission. I want to make that clear. It's just that, you kind of have to think about worst case scenarios. And, nobody's interested in wheeling and dealing on the Planning Commission, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't happen. Somebody else may have other things in mind when they, going down the road. And that's why we have, best practices is to avoid legal issues, just like with ethics, it's not that anybody's necessarily doing anything dishonest, but the perception is important too.
That's a good point. That's a good point you made there.
Trustee Ives. I thought you were getting ready to say something and then.
Our fees, what we charge people should be equitable and it should be equal to what other entities charge and things like that. We've had the discussions about having outside contractors and it's the role of government, is to serve people, to provide services for things that they can't do for themselves. And it just needs to be fair. That's all. And I hate to see money being spent that we don't have to spend, you know. But there's only so many hours a day. It has to be practical. We had a discussion about outside contractors that went round and round as well. We spend a lot of money on bureaucracy, and it seems like a lot of our fundamentals of the town are suffering for it. So this is a issue that has been troubling when the roads are not properly maintained. We can't maintain staff. The worker bees, we don't have a lot of discussion about that. But we're real good at planning and things. So to me, this is just another step outside of what we should be focused on. And that's all I wanted to comment about that.
Trustee King?
I've compared the this list to the old one, and I'm just curious about like retaining wall and addition on the top of the first page. They're not in the old fee schedule. Why were these broken out?
So we had, because of the new land use code and the way that it was written, there were things that didn't fit within the categories of our old fee schedule. We really had to take and evaluate what was in the new land use code and ensure that things that were in the old land use or in the new land use code, we were able to charge for. So a lot of that was, we ended up changing some of the names of things so that we were able to make them a little bit more congruent with the new land use code.
So you're saying these didn't exist before?
They were probably being called something else. And when we did a comparison of multi-jurisdictional land use codes, it was really hard to compare apples to apples because everybody's land use code calls certain things something different. And that's just because of how they're structured and set up. So with this fee schedule and this particular piece of it, we did really want to make sure that it was clear and easy to read, that when you're looking at the fee schedule, that it reflects the language used in the land use code and would hopefully prevent some confusion.
So the one that I noticed, there's a couple of them that are increased huge, essentially, but the one that hits me the most is the major preliminary plat at 2,000, whereas under the old fee schedule, it was $450 a lot.
I'd like to ask Julia to comment on that and provide
Thank
some
you.
justification.
Sure. So Trustee King, that's who I'm speaking with right now, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So in the old land use code, nearly everything was called an architectural plan review, and you'll notice that covered that covered most land use permits. For subdivision, and we have had a lot of discussions, which is what you're referring to right now. Subdivision, the action of subdivision, which we have a lot of inquiry. Well, I'm going to say now I do, and back then I did. There was a gap there for subdivision requests. That would be changing, so removing lot lines, adding lot lines, subdividing land into more parcels. And stop me if I'm not being clear here at any point. That is that is a process that involves a lot of preparation, a lot of review, because what's going to happen is we would actually end up getting, I would get legal review on that as well, just to make, and of course, every circumstance is different. So I'm jumping all over the place here. What I'm trying to say is $400 for the act of subdividing land under our code would be a fantastic deal. You also have to have a couple of public hearings most of the time. So that would be staff reports, possibly legal review, and 2 public hearings like what we're having right now, but a little bit different. And then postings as well. So whether it be mailing or posting, you're talking about a lot of administrative time. And I can clarify all the words I just used if you would like.
So major preliminary plats are conducted by licensed surveyors, is that correct?
So you would have, so we would receive a proposal from a licensed professional survey, absolutely, because we would end up recording it
Okay,
at the county.
okay, so tracking that. So they're licensed surveyors, but we would have to double tap and spend more money, or the client or resident would have to spend more money on legal fees. Essentially, our town lawyer look at this as well. I mean, to the best of my ability, I think I understand, like, surveying, because my drafter, that isn't there liability with the surveying company, the licensed surveying company, that if there was any issues with this? I mean, it seems like the legal fees kind of raised the price considerably for the preliminary plat.
There could be legal fees. And I think it's reasonable to discuss a legal pass-through cost here if the trustees are feeling that way. So there would be a professional land surveyor would put together a proposal, and we would review it against town staff will review it against the code. And potentially, given the circumstances, because it's all over the place, there could be a legal cost for review that could reasonably be a pass-through cost.
Okay, and if there's not, they still pay $2,000.
If there's not a legal pass-through cost, then that depends on the fee that you charge.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not following the line of questioning appropriately.
No, you are. It's,
Okay.
thank you.
And you'll see, in the, the subdivisions in the old code, a lot of those were, a fee plus either, attorney pass-through costs or an engineer review, for certain things. We can certainly take this either way of having a flat fee so that people are knowing what to expect upfront. Or we could certainly do that attorney or engineering pass-through fee. I would like for everybody to take a little bit of time, kind of evaluate this, think about it. We're hoping to get some feedback also from the planning commission. It would be great that if by the end of the week, if you have some really strong feelings about anything, either way, that you let Bo or I know. We'll incorporate that feedback into a draft that will bring before you. And as I said, it'll also have some input for Public Works and the Marshal's office. I do want to stress that when we are evaluating these fees, we are looking at the resources that go into them. The Marshal knows how long it takes to do a VIN inspection. Public Works knows how long it takes to put in a culvert. So we really are trying to track those actual costs and people's time. The goal here is not to make money off of the public or to have anybody cost a little bit more, but it's also to make it fair to where, people are paying for the services at a rate that it costs the town.
So the action is to send you input by
It'd be great to have it by the end of this week.
Friday?
Uh-huh. If at all possible, if you can work that in.
May I just make a request here and now? These, what's listed as internal notes. I think that if there was some kind of a breakdown that the public could see on this fee schedule about what they're paying for. So, and they would also, probably, be aware that these things are not cheap, right? But also, that there wasn't going to be a gotcha. You know, it's like, oh, you didn't pay for this other thing. So they really know what's included, just like their application, you know, that they know what they're supposed to provide. And so it's clear what we're providing. With the,
Like categorically.
I think so. I think,
See everything you're getting inside of that fee.
right. I think especially if there's an attorney involved in any of these, you know, if there's an engineer, if there's a surveyor, if, you know, whatever, the whole list.
Perfect. I think that Nate and I worked on a chart that kind of talked, that had the process for each type of application and the requirements for posting. I think
Mhm.
that that's something that we can put a little bit more meat to and help to. inform them.
And it would also give them a good idea of how long it might take too, you know, what the process is, the first step, second step, the whole 9 yards.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion.
Did we have any other fees we were going to be looking over tonight proposed?
No other fees that we were evaluating tonight. The Marshals Department and Public Works both have a little bit of homework.
There is something I'd like to kind of maybe bring up during the work session. Becky and I have kind of been talking about it off and on, and that is offering as a service to the town to put in culverts, basically at cost. We have several driveways that I know of that really need culverts, and we might have an opportunity to be able to provide those, basically do them at cost. And the culvert material itself is what, $500 a tube?
I got the fellows told me today it's about $48 for a linear foot of 18-inch culvert, which is pretty standard size. And this has really come up as what we're noticing is a lot of our drainage issues that happen on our road are because of a lack of culvert. Either, you know, the driveway existed long before or it was put in without a culvert. So this would be an opportunity to be able to remedy some of that. But we're looking at some of the finer points of what a culvert program for the town would look like. The hope is that if we had enough desired participation, we'd be able to order culvert in a little bit more bulk, have some cost savings, and get it in something. When I was talking to Public Works earlier today, this would be an ideal opportunity for an early springtime project for them. Once the you know, in between snowstorms, when we're really starting to have some, or well, pre-runoff, pre-melt, when we're having some of those drainage issues and address them pre-season before the roads get bad.
Trustees, any issues with the pursuit of a potential culvert, town-sponsored culvert program?
I would just like to inquire about the maintenance of culverts,
I'm pretty sure that's all town.
because I have one next to my house that is a mess,
Most of them are right now.
and it's going to be causing damage to my septic system. And
Thanks
who
for,
do I look at for that?
thanks for bringing that to my attention. I'll put in a work order for that.
I wanted to thank you all for the effort that you put into these revised figures. It seems like you did take them item by item rather than just doing an across the board percentage increase on everything, but I still need a little more convincing on a couple.
If you would please send that feedback, the ones that you're particularly wanting more info on.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do we have any other agenda items we need to go over briefly, or do we want to take 5 and come back for the meeting?
I think the rest of your agenda is pretty well straightforward, either business items or discussion items. I would love a break if nobody's upset about it.
Take 5?
Yes. Oh, good. You were at your home? Good. She had a great time. Does she have a great voice? Yeah, she really does. I asked her today when I spoke with her if they could be our backup band, if somebody's can't make it. She said, sure. Because Mondays are easy. But, I mean, it couldn't be like last minute, but usually. And I don't know if you found out that the Bronte band. Did you and Paul wear the same shirt? That's awkward.
No, it's not quite so.
Yes.
Becky and
Well, that's what I'm remembering, that's which one.
It was actually two.
Okay, so that's-
Yeah. It was the sugar.
He did.
Yeah.
you, Bo, are we ready?
Let's go with it.
Ready? Okay, I've got 7:01 and we'll call this meeting to order. Everyone out in Zoom land, can you hear us? Oh, can you hear me okay? Anyone please respond?
I can hear you, Mayor Todd.
Okay, thank
Carolyn
you very
Ballard.
much. Thank you very much. We have a full quorum present. And with that, if you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving on to the agenda. I believe we have a correction to the agenda. To add Phil McIntyre to
Phil
talk.
McIntyre is going to present some alternatives to the guardrail.
We want to add that on item 5 as the first item.
5-1 would be great. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other additions or corrections to the agenda, I'd entertain a motion.
I move we approve the agenda with the addition to the business items of 5.
I'll second that.
It's been moved to second that we approve the agenda as modified. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Our next item is our consent agenda. And if there's no additions, corrections, I'd entertain a motion on that one.
I hate to be this petty, but my name is misspelled.
I'll get that corrected. Thank you.
Are there any other additions or corrections? Okay, if not, I entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the correction of the typo.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda with the one correction. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll move on to our next item is public comment. And we have 3 minutes per speaker. Did we have anyone signed up?
I don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone here in the room who would like to make public comments or on Zoom? I don't see anything coming in from Zoom either.
Okay, with that, we'll close item 4 and move on to item 5. Our first one as amended would be having Phil talk to us about some options for a guardrail.
Can you hear me all right? Bo, could you bring up those maps that we had for the planning commission? In case some of you don't know, planning commission has asked me, I live here in Green Mountain Falls and I'm kind of semi-retired. I'm a civil engineer. And the planning commission or Lamar has asked me to kind of be a subcommittee, I guess, to that, to maybe give them some insights if they need any engineering needs or recommendations. And one of the things that came up, of course, the guardrail. I think we know the guardrail on Hotel Street is not ideal. And I have presented some options to maybe correct that. Can you rotate that clockwise? Or counterclockwise? Okay, that's good. This is an existing engineering drawing that I think Wilson Construction developed. And I've kind of overlaid that. This right here is the existing guardrail and drainage area. And that's going to be removed. And the other, this is the existing catch basin and the existing drain that goes underneath the street to the settling basin. That's kind of the way it is now. Next slide. This would be option A, where we've taken out the guardrail and the drainage ditch, which incidentally is 8 feet wide. Really didn't need to be that wide. And we put in a smaller trench along the wall and with some grading over it. And that will tie into the existing catch basin, and the existing pipe that's underground will stay in place.
Could you repeat that, please?
The other option A is we're going to remove this entire,
We can't hear you when you step. away.
sorry, we're going to remove this entire drainage ditch and guardrail, and then put in a smaller trench with grading on top of that will feed into the catch basin. I'm trying to point to the map. I guess you should carry this around, I guess.
Thank you.
So that's option A. Any questions on option A?
Yeah, you said you're gonna remove the trench and narrow it. Did I get that right?
That's right. It'll be a very small trench, probably like maybe, I was up there during the heavy rain, I noticed, and that when the water is draining down that trench, it's only about 1 foot wide. And they put an 8 foot wide trench there, which is a little bit of an overkill.
It doesn't need, would the depth need to change any?
No, it's probably less than 6 inches deep, even in a heavy rain. So this will be a small trench, probably maybe 12 inches, 14 inches wide. And then it'll flow into the existing catch basins. Of course, you have to do some work around that to make sure it flows in properly. And then it'll just go into the existing trench that's under the ground. Any other questions? Yes. You know, I went up there and looked during the heavy rain, and most of the water that flows into the settling basin comes down Illinois Street. Yeah. I would say 90% comes down Illinois Street. That's what I saw. So.
Well, let's
it goes
not,
in-
let's not get into debates with the public here, please.
But anyway, that is one recommendation. And if someone they really go into for detail, and maybe a survey of where actually the water does go down Hotel Street during a heavy rain, but that's just my initial observation. Now, option B. When this may be solve your concern, is there is a trench completely across the road, which ties into the existing catch basin. Now, any water that comes down that road, either on the right side or the left side, will be channeled through this drainage trench that's below the road. And this will be designed for heavy vehicles like, garbage trucks, dump trucks and stuff like that to withstand the load across this trench. And this is pretty common. Good example of a trench like this is Manitou High School. On the back entrance to Manitou Junior High, there's a big trench there that kind of does the same thing, catches all the water that comes down that very steep grade. This was presented to the planning committee, and they recommend, or we recommend, that they adopt this option as being slightly cheaper. And option A has some considerations that it's against that wall. It never sees the sun. It's probably has some freeze and thaw cycles that will cause some maintenance concerns over time. So we thought this option may be the better option.
Would there be any trench at all along where the existing is?
No. Okay. This will be all pavement. So it's going to add another 9 feet to that road by eliminating the guardrail in the existing trench, which is not going to make it a very wide 2-lane road, but it's not going to be a one-way road using this option. Any questions on option B?
And it does have grading on it. Am I
Mhm.
seeing that right? It's got grading. It's basically got,
The steel grading has to be a certain rating. So like a trash truck, it probably weighs like 30 tons fully loaded. So each wheel could exert maybe as much as 20,000 pounds. So it has to withstand that much loading.
would the trash truck be heavier per square foot than our construction equipment? And like a
Probably.
loaded dump truck?
Could be. They say garbage trucks can weigh up to 36 tons fully loaded. So by having one wheel, of course, you divide that weight into 4 point loads where the tires are. And that's your maximum stress.
Is this grate solid?
Steel.
So, so for maintenance, I mean, if you had to get something out from under it,
You just take it off, take the grate off.
you can take it off. So is it in sections?
I think they're 3-foot sections and there's different widths depending on the load that you want to, and how much water you want to capture. That'll have to be designed, so there's no problem there. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a good comment.
Do these two options obviate the need for a guardrail?
Eliminates the guardrail. The only reason the guardrail was there because they put that 8-foot trench along the side.
So there was no other reason for the guardrail.
I think it's just keep vehicles away from that trench, because there is a drop off. Like a 6-inch drop off.
Yeah, it gets deeper as they go down towards where it goes under the road.
You know,
So if we were getting rid of the guardrail, we're not opening up anything else happening in that area.
Well, I mean, obviously, if someone loses it, they're gonna go into that retaining wall.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
we were trying to utilize as much what is there existing now. So utilizing the existing catch basin and the pipe or the culvert underneath the road is, I think, the cheapest alternative. There is some cost estimates that I prepared. I don't know if you have those or not. Option A is about 29,000 to do everything. And then option B is about 24,000. So it's about the same. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, still with it, certainly do. Starts up at the top at 8 feet. I understand that you're gonna go ahead and fill that back in with asphalt or take that 6-inch grade down, make it just street up and grade all the way to the back, right?
You know, I think the Parks and Recreation Committee is working on that. We have, thinking about some planting some vegetation around that to make it look a little more aesthetic looking. And maybe even redesigning it a little bit to make it a little more, not much so slope, but have a retaining wall and have it stepped back.
So I mean, right now with water falls up the top of our driveway, it comes down. You're gonna level that back to the wall, put a street grade, but you're gonna leave that 6-inch drop in that 8-foot. 6-inch drop.
I don't know which side of the road.
You know,
As you're going up the road, what's left side?
That was spillway, the water falling down now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of driveway that comes out into the street.
Right.
Water goes right around it. It doesn't even go down the street. I watched that.
No, I don't, that's right. But what are you gonna do with that 8 feet that has that 6-inch drop?
Well, once it's removed, we'll probably
Bring it back into the wall, like,
maybe put a little swale there so it captures. It kind of depends on, you know, the final engineering drawings that whoever does this has have to take all those considerations into account. Make sure you we make the water go where it's supposed to go.
Would paving any part of Illinois assist in any of
Water's still gonna come down there.
you know,
Well, the only thing about Illinois is it brings a lot of sediment down too. And I think that's the reason why all that sediment flowed into the pond.
Right.
From
Illinois.
It just carried, especially because fast moving water carries a lot of sediment. So that's why, you know, it'd be good to pave Illinois, but it's still gonna bring the water down.
Yeah, when we had the engineer here, they recommended not doing that. And then also the cost estimates we had for paving just north up to basically
The curb,
mill
like-
and fill
Right.
up to Illinois.
Yeah.
Was like $1,000 a linear foot.
Mm,
So it's expensive. I mean,
Asphalt is
that's-
they have to prep it and they have to put a sub base and then depending on how thick they want to put, 2 to 4 or 6, depends on what the load is on that road.
So B, what we're looking at right now on the screen, that's your recommendation, your first?
That's the planning commission's recommendation.
Yeah.
How was the angle determined across the road? I mean, where it crosses the road?
Well, I tried to make it so it's not perpendicular to the road, because if you ever go to a speed bump, both your tires are gonna hit that. So if you do it at an angle, it's a little less you know, as far as traffic going over that trench, it's a little smoother.
Is there an angle that's optimal for like our snow plows?
There may be, I haven't investigated that.
A quick question. Do you have a guesstimate on how much engineering costs would be for this project?
How much what?
Engineering costs would be?
It's usually about 15% of the estimated cost. So at least 5,000, depends on how many drawings are done. A drawing is usually about $1,500 per drawing. You know, one like we provided here. And the more you detail have it, maybe a little bit more, but I guess the question is, how many drawings do you actually need? You maybe need a cross-section of the trench, a grading plan for the road, and then a demolition plan for the guardrail.
Yeah, awesome. One last question. Do you know if this was on the plan, one of the plan sheets that included locates?
Say it one more time.
If this was on one of the plan sheets that include any of the locates for the Stilling Basin project?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
If this was, I don't know that the microphone's helping here in the room, but this, if your drawing was done on one of the bid set sheets from the Stilling Basin project that had the locates, utility locates on there.
I didn't, this is just my own recommendation. Once you start digging underground, you have to know where everything is. Because you don't want to hit anything you don't want to hit. Of course, that's to be all done in the pre-survey. Once they go out and they start. Probably the first thing you need to do is have a surveyor go out there and survey exactly what you want, the slope of the road and everything, and where the trench goes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Town manager, do we have a map showing the locates that could be overlaid?
I believe that we do. Of course, we called in quite a few, we had locates done. We
Right.
still found things that were not on the locates. So I just wanted to make sure that any of these projected plans would align with where we know some of those items already are. I was hoping that would, save time in the event that they end up being.
You should have some record from the contractor, I would
Yeah,
think.
I can dig that up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Bill, would we need any? Okay, so it would have a grate over the deep end where it enters under the road, right? Okay, never mind. I didn't know if we needed to have any protection mechanism, but we don't if we have a grate.
Yeah, the trench is actually U-shaped, and it's not very deep. Because you're not really dealing with that much water when it comes down. And then the grading on top of that is set at an angle iron. And then it's usually bolted or attached to that trench so it doesn't come out, but it can be removed if any sediment gets in there. So when I looked at this, you look at cost, you look at maintenance, and you look at longevity. And you look at those three things, and this is what I came up with.
So I'm kind of wondering if the board action on this would be to accept the recommendation and put this on like our capital improvement plan program. And so we can start trying to see if we can go find some funding.
Exactly.
The cost estimates, I don't know if you have those, but it has some detail broken down and looks at different components or work activities that has to take place to, of course, take the guardrail out and put the new trench in. So it's broken down into some detail.
Yeah, any additional information like that is good, because if we go looking for, say, a grant to help fund for this, those details are the things
Yeah, it's just my,
be looking for?
if you get, it kind of depends on what kind of contractor you get. Of course, I don't know if Wilson was a fair price or not. Looks like they did a pretty good job. Haven't bid on it. Tell them what you want and, use this as maybe a guideline. And, of course, I'm not licensed in Colorado. I'm licensed in Oklahoma. But, that's the first step.
Yeah, usually the ones, well, I'm chasing federal infrastructure. They like to have all the preliminary engineering and this a laundry list of things they'd like to see. So,
It depends on the grant application. A lot of times grant applications will allow you engineering costs as well. Other grants really do want to make sure that that your project's feasible prior to them considering you for funding. So we'll have to look at that. Want to thank you for all your hard work on this and wondering if you wouldn't mind sending Bo and I a copy of your cost breakout. We didn't seem to get it in our inbox.
I think I've sent it to Bo. He should have copies of everything.
Okay, we may reach out if we don't find it.
Yeah. Having been in construction for very long, you could say, okay, contractor, I want something like this. He can go out and do it. Just depends on the regulations you have to adhere to. And or the codes you have to adhere to and what drawings have to be in place. So. And it depends on, there's a fine line there, what it costs.
okay. Trustees. If there's no other questions, comments on this, I'd entertain a motion.
I do have a question about the money.
Yeah.
Do we have any recourse against the contractor for stupidity?
The guardrail was put in as a safety measure. It was something that he felt as for safety needed to be put in there. So
No.
that project was funded through PPRTA funds. He was required to ensure that it met a certain standard for the use of those funds.
That Randy was in my mouth. That's still long now.
We need them to have them mute. So yeah, if there's no other questions, comments, Bill, thank you very much.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Entertain a motion.
You entertaining a motion to pursue funding for this project?
Well, like I kind of mentioned earlier, we can have a motion that would accept the recommendation. And then basically instruct staff to add it to our capital improvement program and pursue funding options.
The original engineer, do you know if they've reviewed this plan?
I don't know. Do you have the answer? Okay.
This was put together for free, and so we haven't spent any money to have anybody review anything. This is a licensed civil engineer that understands this kind of stuff, and so we put it together because he's a citizen in the town, and he was working under the auspices of the planning commission, and we don't have the authorization to go and spend money or have anybody look at it. So no.
Yeah. So yeah, the part of the funding process would be depending upon what grant you apply for. If we apply for grants, usually have to have at a minimum preliminary engineering and cost estimates and be what, a lot of them like to be what they call shovel ready.
Mhm.
The other option is self-funding, which would take a pretty big chunk out of our,
But we need another engineer, is that correct?
yeah,
Okay.
we'd have to develop preliminary engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, as part of, if this project moves forward, what it'll have to have happen is that it will need to be evaluated, to make sure that it's not gonna, create issues with the stilling basin. That, project was deemed necessary. We got it done. The last thing we want to do is cause a bigger issue there. So as part of the process and putting it into the CIP, it is really evaluating it, making sure that this option is feasible. And that, the cost estimates are accurate to what we're going to need to have a successful project, and that it's not going to have any negative impacts. So.
Okay, so it sounds like it's gonna be, it's kind of a multifaceted thing. We probably shouldn't make any determinations tonight, but pursue an engineer that may not be the same engineer that we utilized before. Just saying, maybe there's other engineers.
We'll get some, we'll
Yeah.
make sure that it's, yeah.
Sure. And show them plan B. See what they say, and then so we'll table it for now. Do we have to make any motion right now, or?
No, we don't have
No.
to, we can table, we can postpone, we can give staff instruction.
Staff instruction for definitely pursuing this
Pursuing
as
funding.
recommended by the planning commission. This particular plan B that Phil came up with, and go from there.
And town manager, since you are familiar with grants and expert in that field, what are our chances of being awarded a grant to cover this?
So I think that there's a lot of different features of this project that could have some improvement. One of my biggest concerns with how it is right now is pedestrian safety. I think that we've got a lot of areas in town, we hear it at town hall quite frequently, that there's some areas that there are certainly some pedestrian safety areas for improvement. This is a pretty small project as far as roads projects goes. And I think that it would be a pretty simple, there's several different solutions that are options. I think having it identified in your CIP is something that you want to pursue is one of those things that really helps to make it attractive to funders. It shows that you all have considered it, you've made it a priority. And it being a smaller project, I think that it's probably got a pretty high success rate.
When would we have a good idea of when this could be completed?
I need to research some grant opportunities that I think that it would fit into. Those cycles, it really depends on that funding. And of course, with most projects, one of the things that makes them even more competitive for that grant funding is the town's willingness to also have a dog in the fight. So some match money. This year's budget is tight for the end of the year. We were able to look at some financials this week. So it kind of just depends on how much you guys want to make this a priority when we go through our next budget cycle, whether you think it's a higher priority than building up road base somewhere else. Those are some conversations that you all need to have when we do our budget cycle, which is right around the corner.
How much of it could we do ourselves in terms of filling in that 8-foot drainage trench on the side of the road?
This is beyond the ability of Public Works.
Okay, they can't do asphalt like roads or
No,
stuff like that.
I don't think we want to cold patch it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we definitely don't want to do that.
So if we're looking for an indefinite time frame and you want to, I think the proper terminology is postpone until we get information back.
It might be nice to have some language in your CIP to be included in your CIP of looking at alternatives and funding for this project.
You want me to make the motion? I think I can. I move we accept planning commission's recommendation of option B. But yet postpone further discussion until we have preliminary engineering and preliminary cost estimates. Does that make sense?
All right, I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we accept option B, yet postpone further action until we have further information. All and those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up on our agenda is a presentation from Mr. Parsons of Colo Trust.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon, Board of Trustees. Thank you very much for having me come out this evening. Can everybody hear me good right now? The air conditioner HVAC kicked on as soon as I came up here, so. Well, thanks for letting me come out. I had an opportunity to meet with Bo and Becky recently, learn a little bit about the town, what's kind of going on with their finances, and then cross paths with them at the Colorado Municipal League Conference last month. So really tonight, I'm just out to do a little information sharing, talk a little bit more about the Colo Trust program, what it means to the town, and what opportunities exist for the town to potentially earn a little bit of additional interest income in the short term here while rates are higher. So my background is I started with Colo Trust in January, so I've been here for half a year. But I've actually been on your side of the table for all my career. I was a finance director and budget director for several school districts for the last 13 years. And how I ultimately ended up in this position is I have been a Colo Trust participant for many years. So I'm used to being on your side, hearing the presentation, making the investment decisions, and all that kind of stuff. So as far as what I do for Colo Trust, so we have a couple of relationship managers that cover the state. So I cover the El Paso County area. And what we have in the state of Colorado is I have a Series 65 license, and what I am is an investment advisor representative. So I represent the firm, and then go and talk with participants across the state about Colo Trust, what it is, and I'm allowed to make recommendations regarding investments. And then my favorite part, truthfully, about the Series 65 and the work that I do is I operate in a fiduciary capacity for all the participants in the state. So that enables us to have honest conversations around, hey, your bank can do this, your other, investment advisor can do that. The Colo Trust pool is at X. So we can have all those conversations, and I'm obligated to tell you what's in your best interest, regardless of the outcome to Colo Trust and the pool itself. So a little bit of background there. If you'll go into, let me just go through the presentation, then we'll kind of circle back around and I'll hit some highlights along this talking points through the presentation. So on the second slide, we have our disclosure slide. So this is the information. It talks about Colo Trust is not a bank. Colo Trust is an investment. There's certain underlying risks to investing. Talks about the ratings from Standard & Poor's that we have, et cetera. So please make sure you read through that in detail here when you have a chance. And then if you go to the next slide, we kind of hop in and start talking about Colo Trust and what it is. So Colo Trust has been around since 1985, and the purpose of it is it's a mechanism that allows local governments, so towns, cities, counties, school districts, special districts across the state, to pool their resources together to be invested. And this is authorized under the Pooling Act of Colorado Revised Statutes. And the fund operates in accordance with allowable investments also from the same Colorado Revised Statutes. So when you think about, holistically at a big picture, what is this? The most important thing to remember is Colo Trust is not a bank. So you have a bank locally. Your bank is where a bank's the place where you make cash deposits. It's where you make accounts payable and payroll disbursements. In the state of Colorado, FDIC insurance covers a little bit of the resources in the bank. The vast majority of your resources at the bank are covered under the Public Deposit Protection Act, PDPA, which you've probably heard of. And so the bank's kind of here. And then right next to the bank is Colo Trust. And if you think about how the pool works in retail investor terms, it's basically the same thing as what a money market mutual fund is to a retail customer. So we have shares, $1 per share. This is called a stable NAV fund. So stable net asset value. So the shares hold at $1. And then dividends via interest in the case of Call Trust are accrued and posted daily. It's the same day liquid vehicle. And, you know, as it is an investment, you make contributions and withdrawals from an investment. You don't make deposits to the pool in that sense. So, you know, there's been a whole lot of talk over the last 6 months, especially in light of Silicon Valley Bank failure, followed by a couple of others, about what is a bank? Is Call Trust a bank? Is Call Trust not? So I just wanted to make clear up front, you know, the Call Trust is an investment vehicle. Within that confine, the purpose or the rules guiding public fund investing is safety, liquidity, and yield in that order. So it doesn't matter what state you're in, it doesn't matter what form of local government you're in, that's the guiding principles of public fund investing. And then obviously, if you read the detailed investment policy statements for the pools that we offer, it talks about those in more detail, and then ultimately how the pools strive to kind of follow through and then honor that component. If you go to the next page, we talk about how the pool's governed. So a lot of people don't necessarily think about it a whole lot, but the pool is governed by a board of your peers. So this is a list of the current board of trustees. So we have representatives from all forms of local government that are on the board. And what the board does is the board contracts with an investment advisor to be both the investment advisor and the fund administrator for the pool. So that is currently Public Trust Advisors, and it has been for over the last decade. So when you think about me and my role, my employer is Public Trust Advisors. And I mentioned a second ago how I'm an investment advisor representative. So that's the capacity that I'm working in, is as an employee of Public Trust Advisors on behalf and at the pleasure of the Call Trust Board of Trustees. If you go to the next slide, it just gives a little bit of information around the pool, who all's in it, what it really, you know, means as far as, you know, the raw numbers. So like I said, we've been around since 1985. We're the oldest and largest local government investment pool in the state. We currently have over 1,800 participants. And then if you look at the right column, one area I like to point out is, say, the counties. So if you, like, I'm a numbers person. So if you like statistics and you look at that, you're like, hey, there's only 64 counties in Colorado. How's that true? The reality is, a lot of organizations have multiple accounts, or in the case of counties, they oftentimes have an account for the county treasurer, and they have an account for the county clerk, or sorry, the public trustee. So that's just an example of how these numbers kind of roll up regarding county, especially counties and school districts. That's where we most frequently see a given entity potentially have more than one account. And then you can see the breakout in the chart of how they break out kind of across the state. Then on the next slide, this is just a brief overview over the 3 products that we offer in Colorado. And if you think about the risk and reward spectrum, on the far left, you have cash in the bank. Very, very, very little risk, very little reward as you think about interest earnings versus risk. From there, we go into our prime fund. And so what our prime fund is, it's a government style fund. So it only invests in government treasuries and government agencies. So these are items backed by the full faith and credit of the US government. So when you think about risk and what risk would exist in the prime fund, the only risk there is going to be interest rate risk. And that's just the old bond teeter-totter. And it's exactly what we saw with Silicon Valley Bank. When interest rates go up, bond prices go down. And the way that, this is across the nation, the way that these are called money funds, but the way that money funds reduce and minimize interest rate risk is by this column right here, WAM. So this is the weighted average maturity, and this is measuring how quick the pool turns over. And the shorter the duration, the less impacted you are by interest rate risk. So in the case of prime, as we look at the last, 15, 18 months when the Fed has taken aggressive action, raising rates, we've typically been 30 or 40 days weighted average maturity. That means that on average, every 30 or so days, every single underlying security in the pool matures, and those proceeds are reinvested in a new higher yielding security. So that's how we minimize risk in that regard. Going to the middle column, plus, this is really our bread and butter product. Approximately 90% of all the assets in Call of Trust are in plus. So it invests in the exact same thing as Prime, and the additional investment it offers is commercial paper. And what commercial paper is a short-term corporate debt instrument, basically, that really is used by large corporations to even out cash flows as you think about their balance sheet and how receipts and disbursements work throughout the course of the business cycle for them. So whenever you invest in plus, you add in what's called credit risk. And credit risk is just the risk that the underlying issuer were to go default and not repay their commercial paper. Prime example of this actually happening in reality is Lehman Brothers 2008. Call of Trust did not have any Lehman holdings, but across the state and across the nation, a number of local government investment pools as well as money market funds had exposure in that sector and ultimately had some losses. So now that we've identified there's an additional risk in plus, the question is really, how do we mitigate it? So in the case of Call of Trust, we have an own staff credit team. I think we have 5 or 6 full-time individuals in the office in Denver whose only job is credit research. So that consists of maintaining we have what's called a menu. We have around 200 authorized commercial paper issuers on there at any given time. They continually evaluate the commercial paper issuers that are on there, remove issuers that have underlying financial risk, and then add new issuers whenever there's other value options out there for commercial paper. So a good example of some of the good work they've done over the last decade is Lehman Brothers is a good example. Well in advance of the Lehman collapse, we removed Lehman Brothers from the Call of Trust portfolio. Much more recent, here in the last year. This spring, we heard a little bit about Credit Suisse and how Credit Suisse was downgraded. And ultimately, I think it was UBS Bank floated them a lifeline or somehow bought them out. Last summer, I believe, Credit Suisse was on our authorized menu of commercial paper, and our credit team found underlying issues in the Credit Suisse financials and ultimately removed them a good 9 or so months in advance of there being an actual formal ratings or crisis issue. So I just point that out to say the risk is there. Yes, the risk is real, 100%. We have safeguards in place that mitigate that. And in the 38 years that Call of Trust has been in business, we've never had a default or any loss of participant funds in the 38-year time period. So I just want to point out, that is there, and that's how we mitigate it. And if you think about rating, if you go to the third column, so you see AAA for both Prime and Plus. So that's a rating by Standard & Poor's Global Ratings. And what a rating on a money fund means is actually a forward-looking rating. So that rating, talking about safety, liquidity, and yield, safety being the number one principle. The AAA is Standard & Poor's opinion on the ability of the fund to maintain the $1 per share stable rating. So that's not a rating saying you're going to get the highest interest rate. That's not a rating saying, anything like that. That's just saying the protection of principal is the highest rating that you can get from S&P. Like I said, it's forward-looking. And one thing I learned when I joined the team here is it's not like your bond rating or your official statement that you would do as a local government when you're issuing debt. We actually send Standard & Poor's a data feed once a week with the underlying investments to make up all the pools. So S&P has continual data that they're using to keep this rating going at all time. And then on the further out on the risk and reward spectrum is Edge. So Edge is the exact same investments as we have in Plus. We just go further out in the yield curve. So you can see the weighted average maturity for Edge is greater than 60 days. The investment policy statement allows it to go out up to 365 days, 12 months. And right now, we're exactly, I mentioned the bond teeter-totter, the bond seesaw. That's exactly where we're at with Edge. The Federal Reserve moved so aggressively to raise interest rates that the Edge product is a variable NAV product, and it's currently slightly under $10 per share, just doing this number right here. And ultimately, whenever the Fed pauses and interest rates max at their max level, we'll see the edge NAV come back into equilibrium, the $10 per share. And then most likely you're going to see the inverse of that when the Fed ultimately cuts rates, which is where the share price of edge is in excess of $10 on the opposing side of that interest rate price seesaw. Prime and plus is the vast majority of our pool. We're close to 15 billion in assets right now. Close to 14.5 billion are in prime and plus, with the vast majority being in plus, and we have around 400 million or so in edge. If you go to the next slide, I've already talked about most of this in detail, but like I said, it doesn't matter if you're in prime or plus, all the investments in the pool are in accordance with Colorado revised statutes. And then the main difference of the two, as I mentioned, is that Colo Trust Plus and Edge have the highly rated A1 and P1 commercial paper, which is really what adds the credit risk component to it that prime doesn't have. I mentioned total assets just a second ago. I will be honest, I made a slight typo on this sheet. The 12.5 billion on the measurement date is actually Colo Trust Plus, and the $740 million number is the Colo Trust Prime. I just transposed those two, so my apologies there. Just wanted to point that out and be transparent in all the data that we have. I'll go real quick on the next two slides. They're just a little bit of information about the program. And this is really more what Bo and Becky see. One of the unique features is that dividends accrue and pay daily, not monthly. Especially in a high rate environment, what we're seeing now is historically over the last decade, most local governments, myself included, have done at most one transfer in or out a month between the bank and Colo Trust. Yields were so low that there was not a whole lot to be gained by moving money frequently between the two. Now with rates in excess of 5%, we're seeing a whole lot more of, depending on when you get primarily tax disbursements, either property tax or sales tax. Move them into the pool for a couple of weeks, and then whenever you get ready for monthly payroll or whatever it looks like internally for you, then moving it back over. So we have same day liquidity, no transaction fees. The dual authorization that's available in transactions, that's a newer feature we have that a lot of people are implementing right now. Unfortunately, the cybersecurity and the risk related to online transaction and all that has gotten so high. A lot of our customers like the dual authorization. If you go to the next page, it's just a little bit more of the same. It talks about reporting, ease of use. I talked about, we used to use the terminology deposits. Now we're making sure we use the term contributions. The monthly statements, and then the on-demand reports is a really unique feature. So we actually have an on-demand report attached here at the end of the presentation. If you go to the next slide, I think we've got two more, and I'll try to wrap up real quick here. This is just a comparison showing if you would have invested a given number in any of the Colo Trust products for all of calendar year 2022, what would you have earned? So remember, at the start of 2022, rates were very low. At the end of 2022, rates were very high. Regardless, the information in the right is across the state, across the entire pool. That's over $230 million of investment income for local governments across Colorado. So while I understand being a smaller local government, it doesn't necessarily feel like a lot whenever you aggregate across 1,800 of your peers and see what it really means across the state. It's a pretty sizable amount of money. I also have the $100,000 column is a pretty common number. I know I know that Bo included a calculator in here of a little more recent data that we'll see here in a couple of slides that I'll talk about briefly. And then I just want to give you a forward-looking picture to go with the other information. So we've been in a low rate environment for basically what feels like forever. So for all my professional career from 2009 until January, with the brief exception of 2018, 2019, we were in a zero rate environment. And then everybody knows about the inflation fight, what the Fed has done over the last 18 months or so. And then the question is really, when do the numbers and the underlying inflation metrics get to where they're comfortable? So what we're expecting right now, the current target rate is 5 to 5.25%. We're expecting two more 0.25% rate increases this calendar year. So one later in the summer, early fall, and then in another one later in the fall. So where that really gets us by the end of calendar year 2023 is a target rate between 5.5 and 5.75%. So this is called the Fed dot plot, and this comes out of our Bloomberg trading machine. So this is actually the terminal where we do transactions in the secondary market to buy and sell securities. But what it shows is at the Federal Reserve's June 14th meeting, I believe there's 15 members that vote on the open market committee. And the number that's really, the number I like to follow is the green number in the middle. So the green dot is the median. And then this shows the median estimate for all members of the Fed at the end of a given calendar year. So I just mentioned the 5.5 to 5.75 number. So if you look at that green dot in the 2023 column, that's exactly what we see. So the dots show up between a whole number in the 25 basis point increment. So that part we know, but what's really interesting as you think about your budget and you think about long-term, the Fed at this point has not given any indication that they're planning on cutting rates to zero and going back to a zero rate environment. So if you look at the median for 2024, so that's 18 months away, the Fed is still estimating rates to be in the 4.5 to 4.75 range. So budget wise, that's 18 months of pretty substantial interest income for local governments generally across the state. And then what I find really interesting is you go to 2025 and then even beyond that, you're looking at 3.25 to 3.5 and long-term only down to 2.5 or so. So notwithstanding a recession or something that causes the Fed to really have to kickstart the economy, what this is really showing me and showing, people that watch it full time is that they're serious enough about inflation, and they think that what was caused by the inflation over the last 18 months is so serious and is such a risk to the economy that they're planning on keeping rates elevated for the next 2 to 3 year window, which is, it's good and bad. In one sense, it's higher lending costs as you think about both personal and local government finance. On the other hand, it's good because as you've seen at the local government level, inflation related to both goods and services and wages over the last 18 months has probably been pretty painful to you. I know in my experience, it would definitely was. So I shared this just more than anything to provide context. I heard Becky mention the upcoming budget cycle. You're going to be thinking about that. So most likely you have an interest income or a miscellaneous income line for revenue that you look at every year. And this year will kind of facilitate how you think about that. So if you go to the next page, this is the other relationship managers plus myself in the state. And if you go a little bit further, I think this is the calculator. So this is, I was going to elaborate on a little bit. So, oh, this is actually last year's. Okay. So this is saying if you took, $100,000, had it in for all of 2022 calendar year, what would you have earned in plus? So $1,700. On the website, we have this that actually shows, you can run it for an up-to-date period or whatever. And that's actually the handout I have that'll make it a little bit easier to talk about. I'm sorry, we update these every month, so I didn't quite have these ready to go when I was working with BoT on the packet. Okay. So talking about plus and what it really means on a monthly basis or yearly basis, if you just look at the handout I have. So the right side is Colo Trust Plus, and you see the $4,303. If you go right below that, there's a little box that says Colo Trust Plus investment income earned as of date. So this is really the best way to kind of look at it. So you can see the June 1st to June 30th, say you had $100,000 in there. You would have made $430 for 1 month. So you can really just extrapolate that by what you have. So if you have $200,000, it'd be double. If you have $400,000 in cash to invest, it would be $1,600 or $1,720 a month. You can also go down 3 rows and start to see a number that would really matter for the year. So as you look at the January 1st to June 30th, for every $100,000 increment, you have $2,400 of interest income. So if you would have been invested for the first 6 months of the year at, say, $300,000, that would have been $7,500 of interest income. So this chart just really kind of shows you retrospectively what you could have earned over the previous period. So these numbers here, I'm not totally sure what you're getting at the local bank, but these numbers here really start to kind of, you can see how much more most likely that you could have earned with College Trust than the bank. And I think Bo had the bank interest number in his memo. Okay, so 0.1% or 10 basis points. So obviously much higher. So thinking about that, the question is, hey, this sounds too good to be true. What's the deal? Well, the reality is the bank is going to have the FDIC insurance to $250,000, and assuming your bank participates in the PDPA, which most likely they do, then they're going to have pledged securities. So that's going to be U.S. government securities that are pledged in excess of $250,000. So as you think about investing versus being in cash, what does that really mean? And how do you guarantee safeguards? So as we think about that chart of the 3 options that College Trust has, the first option was Prime. And I said that is only government securities. So College Trust Prime is investing in the exact same thing that the bank is pledging to collateralize your money in excess of $250,000 with. So that's a real easy way to think about it. So in that sense, Prime is obviously the safest product because there's no credit risk. And then, like I said, about 90% of our clients are in College Trust Plus, which has commercial paper. It's more risk and more reward. You add credit risk, you get a higher reward. Typically, College Trust Plus pays around 30 basis points, 0.3% higher than Prime. And that is the premium for a local government undertaking the additional risk. And I say risk as though it's a bad thing. I like to be transparent up front. As I mentioned, we've never had any underlying defaults, any issues in 38 years in College Trust. I just want everybody that I work with to be 100% aware of what they're getting into generally across the spectrum related to investing. Like I said, that's really the primary difference. And then I've already mentioned the credit team, in detail, and that's really the part that matters a lot as far as mitigating risk there. This is one of the on-demand reports, and this is actually my favorite. So in all the years I was a participant, I didn't actually know this existed. So for my board reports, I would usually show the regular monthly statements shows the average monthly yield. So in all my investment reports, I would usually just show the monthly yield, and I would show it month over month or quarter by quarter. And then after I started working at College Trust, I started running this report for clients. And then lo and behold, in the top right corner, you can run a start and end date for even a multi-year period, and you can get average yield for the entire period. So that's a really useful tool as you think about how do you report this to the board. So how do Bo and Becky bring this to you? How do you continue to make sure that ultimately when the Fed cuts rates, this is a better deal than the bank? This is the easiest report to run a lot of times that really shows transparently what a given return was for a certain period, so that you can use that to compare back to the bank, to compare to CDs, whatever options in the long term, you're really looking at. So I think at a higher level, I really kind of hit everything that I wanted to. I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, but I did want to say, number one, thank you for your current participation in College Trust. This is actually the most fun part of my job, and the participants are really what make the pool. If it wasn't for local governments of all shapes and sizes being a member, I wouldn't have a job, and I wouldn't get to go hang out with cool people and do fun stuff like this. And to be honest, after having done the job for so long, this is a fantastic crowd.
Thank you.
And Bo, Becky as well, thank you very much for the invite to come out tonight. Did I hit everything at a high level that you wanted me to talk about, Bo?
Yeah, I really appreciate it. You did great.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So
Are there any
first-
questions from the board?
Yeah, I was going to ask trustees questions, comments. Question for staff, did you actually have a recommendation?
I do. I'm looking for your go ahead to move additional funds into Colo Trust. We have 90K in Colo Trust right now, so we have an existing account. It's in the Plus product that was just highlighted. So looking for direction on which product to pursue if we go down that route to, stay there or incur more risk or whatnot, or whether to move the money that way or not.
How much money were you thinking
So
of?
we have 90K in there right now, and right now in our working account, we have about 420K. And I think we should leave about 100,000 in our existing bank account for general operations and stuff. So we're not having to wait to do transfers or do anything urgent. And we're just using this as a storage vehicle for the.
And how quickly can money if something happens and we burn?
That's the
through that
great day,
100K?
same day liquidity.
Same day liquidity.
So as long as you let us know by 11 a.m., we wire same day with no transaction fees. ACH is my personal favorite because it's automated. ACH is next business day availability.
Okay, so you're basically saying leave 100,000 in the bank, move everything else over.
Yep, that's my take on it, and that might be on the conservative side.
Okay.
Right now, we're running about 50K in our regular checking, and that's working fine for Brian and myself. As far as.
And that's
keeping track of
50K
it.
outside of the 100K, right?
That right now, I think we could do it with 50K in the bank instead of 100K. I just said 100K to be very much on the safe side
Okay.
for the town. Yeah.
As you think about that ratio and proportion, that makes a whole lot of sense. You can do it for a couple of months. After a few months, you get used to reconciling the bank statement at the lower operating balance, and then whatever your comfort level is, then you can increase or decrease as needed.
I had a question for you about fees for transfers. Does that incur any cost to the town when I move money in and out?
No, and I'll be transparent on that as well. So you saw in a number of the documents, it talks about no transaction fees, no monthly service fees, any of that kind of stuff. So I mentioned the board, the Colo Trust Board of Trustees engaged and contracted with Public Trust Advisors to be the investment advisor and fund administrator. So Public Trust Advisors charges Colo Trust up to 12 basis points for those services. Everything that you see public facing, so yields, the cost, any kind of information there is all net of fees. So you will never see a charge, you will never see a debit to your account, anything like that. But correct, like we don't work for free. So Public Trust Advisors is paid up to those 12 basis points off the top. And then everything that's participant facing is all net of those fees. So the answer is no. I will point out though, every now and then, some participant banks have an incoming wire fee. So if your bank charges you to receive a wire, your bank will still charge you to receive a wire.
Thanks
Which
for
is-
that. I'll check on that.
Which is ACH is the safe bet. Unless you need it the same day, ACH goes to the automated clearinghouse with no charges on either side. And I'm a big ACH fan personally.
Could you explain the basis points for those who may not understand basis points? Is it
A basis
percentage?
point is 1/10 of 1%. So 1% is equal to 100 basis points. So when I said the fund is charged up to 12 basis points for the contract, up to 0.12% is taken off the top. So if you think about the current yield today or yesterday, it was 5.27. The gross yield of the pool would have been 5.39, and then you back off the 12 basis points, 0.12%. It's done monthly, but generally speaking, that's how it works.
I did look at other bank options and found higher interest yielding options like CDs. Quite a few banks right now are offering pretty high yield CDs. The problem with that is I'm tying up money, and it feels like it's kind of kicking the can down the road. Since 85, this product has performed at over 4%. And we can beat that right now with some CDs, but it's not a long-term fix. And this feels like a more long-term fix.
That's why I wanted to share the dot plot. It's totally appropriate to have a blend of CDs. you can use the old school term ladder, 12, 18, 24 months, depending on your level balance, plus the LGIP. But what we're seeing from the Fed right now for the next 6 months is rates in excess of 5.5%. For the next 18 months is rates in excess, anticipated in excess of 4.5%. So you're really talking, you have to get 4.5+% quote from the bank at a term 18 months or less to make that advantageous. And then you have to make the internal cash flow analysis, which is, do we have enough cash to lock it up for that amount of term? I mean, and you think about interest accruing daily and the daily liquidity versus most likely interest accruing and posting quarterly. And then what is the cancellation penalty in the event you have to withdraw early?
Have you guys ever lost all the money of the town?
No, I've learned a lot since I've started. One of the biggest things I personally learned is having personally done the work of you guys in a low rate environment. As an accountant, I never was very good at doing cash flow analysis because the old pre-Great Recession days where a lot of local governments, especially mid-sized and larger, had a investment manager, they had a treasury manager, they had somebody that did that function. Post-Great Recession, budget cuts oftentimes got rid of that position, and then yields were zero for a decade. So nobody added that position. It was very uncommon to add that position back. And like as a person that's done the work, the only time I've gotten involved in doing detailed cash flow analysis for a school district was when we had to participate in the state interest-free loan program because we were operating in a deficit due to property tax collections coming so far late into the fiscal year. But as far as the day-to-day, what Bo's talked about doing, I actually haven't done it at any sort of a detail level because it just wasn't really a requirement of the job from 2009 until this past year.
Okay, trustees, any?
Question for
got a
Bo.
question?
In your memo, you state that it would earn 1,000 a month. Is that not a year?
Let me see. I ran numbers different ways. I tried to have the infographics be per 100,000. Just to break it down. Let me back read here.
Well, if we're basing it on approximately 90,000, that's earning $50 a month, that would be 600 a year.
I feel like that is for the full amount that's in our bank account. I agree with you that sounds high, but I think that if we did this at about 500,000, we would capture over 12K. Am I thinking about this right?
Yeah, the easiest way to look at it is in the little one-pager handout I just gave. If you look at that box I discussed, if you talk about, you can either use the $100,000 column and increment it up to the number Bo said, or you can just take the 1 million and get half. So like in the case of, well, let's just use the $100,000. So for the month of June, $100,000 would have earned $430. And the statement right there is.
I mean, right on this
Okay.
one, it says 100,000 would only earn you 1,000 plus a year.
That's 2022.
Still. It's what I'm trying to get at is this a month or a year?
Oh, okay. I'm seeing 100K with earning 430. According to the handout.
Yeah.
430 a month.
So rates are so much higher. So if you think about $100,000 in all of 2022, that number was 1,400, or excuse me, in College Trust Plus, the number is 1,749. And if you remember, we started the year at 0, we ended the year at 4 point something. So there's a whole spread throughout the year. And if you look at the chart that I handed out for calendar year 2023, rates have been roughly 5% on average for 6 months. So that same $100,000 in plus in just the 6-month period from January 1st to June 30th would have earned $2,473. So it's already earned $700 more in 6 months than it would have earned in all of last calendar year. And it's due to sustained higher rates instead of 0 in January 2022, high fours end of 2022.
Trustees, any other questions, comments? If not, I'd entertain whatever motion.
I mean, I would recommend that maybe this is a lot of money. And not that it's a terrible amount of risk, as you're saying, that things ever happened and, since 1985, but maybe we have a work session and actually talk about it, because it's a lot of money. And I mean, I called a bunch of banks today, yesterday, the day before. I mean, I know this the CD argument and everything, maturity of 6-9 months, but rates at 2.5% to 4%, depending how much like money we have in it, and it's FDIC like protected. Just throwing that out there in the local banks. So I mean, and I like this idea, because that's a pretty good return, close to 5%. And thank you so much for your initiative in this. I think that's outstanding. I mean, to motion tonight on it. Should we talk?
We could table till the next meeting and have
Do
it
a
as
work session?
have it as a work session topic.
Yeah.
If we have questions, where should we direct them? I mean, specifically about this organization.
I would say pass them on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would recommend. I would just aggregate any questions that the board has. And then I can work with Bo on it and provide a response, or, like I said, if you ever have any more questions, more than happy to attend virtually again, to come down in person again, whatever. My only goal is education and comfort. So to your question, I'm only here to do that. So whatever you need to get to a place that makes you comfortable in your investing decisions, whatever route that goes, is what I'm here for.
And you're available to us as well, like your phone number that's
Correct. My information is in the, if you go to the slide that has like the pictures of us three, my email and phone number are both in there. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I'm not concerned about whether it's FDIC protected or not. I don't think that's an issue. Any of us that have accounts at Ent, we're not protected by that either. So.
Yeah, credit.
Yeah. And like I say, I'm so spread out with investments. It's
Another good place to notate, because you're going to be getting here very soon. When you get the fiscal year 22 audit, the notes to the financial statements, the section in the middle, there's usually it's note 3. There's going to be a section on cash and investments. So another good kind of second look at what we're doing is going to be to read that note that's provided by your auditor. And then additionally, when the auditor, I'm assuming the auditor is probably going to present in person. Auditors are very familiar with local government investment pools and what they are. So that would be another good professional that's not me to ask about, hey, what is this investment pool? How are they used across the state? Are they safe? And they can explain that. Number one, the note is written so you can read exactly what it is, and it'll talk about the interest rate risk and the credit risk. But that would be another kind of workaround to ask somebody else that's professional as well.
Yeah, you guys are really reputable. I mean, I looked into you guys, all your board members too. And just out of curiosity, and it's you guys,
I wouldn't
you
have
guys
came
are
to
very
work here. So the question I get all the time is, you had a good career as a CFO in a school district. Why would you ever leave and come here? And the reality is, I can make more positive impact across local governments across the state doing this. And I can only do that to one when you just work for the given school. And my experience, the reality is there's 3 pools in the state. Yields are pretty comparable. I've already talked about safety, liquidity, yield in that order. When you choose to go with College Trust, you're not choosing because our yield might be 2 basis points higher than somebody else, and that might be inverse tomorrow. In my experience, it's the customer service and the client service, and the relationship management team is what sets College Trust apart. We just have a team, more than one, of us that do all this relationship management information. And then we have a full-time team, I think of 5 at the office in Denver, who all they do is answer the email, answer the phone. And by being based in Colorado and having a real phone number, you get a live person that answers the phone, not, press 1, press 3, leave a message, we'll call you back, wait on hold. And that's ultimately why I accepted the job, is for those reasons you mentioned.
And you haven't lost any town's money since 1985. So that's a plus.
Okay.
Yes, that is, we have never, it's called breaking the buck. So whenever you lose money in a money fund, share value goes less than $1 per share and you break the buck. And that is like the cardinal sin of LGIP money market fund across all sectors and all states. And College Trust has never broke the buck. So I'm proud to say that.
Brett, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. I did not mean to go so long. I know you have a packed evening, but I appreciate the opportunity to chat and I look forward to working with the town going forward.
Okay, so yeah, trustees, let's go ahead and get that motion on the table.
I'll move the motion that we just table this until at least the next meeting. We're gonna have a work session to discuss this a little more light.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. We table this item until our next meeting and I have a work session item to go along with it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
I would also be, excuse me, Mayor, I would also be interested if there's any history on why the trustees decided to go with them for the last investment.
Absolutely. That was something that we needed to research and that I wanted to bring to you just to help, set the stage for how this got started because it's been there for a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you again, Bo. That was awesome, taking the initiative to try to square this away. So we're.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 cents.
A lot of credit goes to our accountant, Brian Bundy, too. He started asking a lot of questions when I was very new and it led us to this. So I know I don't have any money making that little of an interest amount and I feel like I should try harder for the town. So.
Well, thank you.
Okay, our next item 5, well, we kind of we added one, so it's the committee chair input to the town strategic plan. Paul, are you gonna lead that?
The presentation that follows contains no math. So for the history majors in the room, I just want to reassure everyone, Mr. Mayor, board members, I'm Paul Yingling, 11120 Pueblo Avenue. I'm your neighbor. And for the last 5 months, I've been working with the committee chairs on input to the town's strategic plan and capital improvement plan. So tonight I'll describe the process we followed to generate that input, and then each of the committee chairs will describe their best practices, their success stories, the things that they're proud of over the course of the past year. And then we'll also identify areas for improvement and address priorities. So the next slide describes the process we followed. You may recall that back in February, I approached you and asked you for the authorization to go ahead with this concept of soliciting input from the committee chairs. And you approved that in March. In April, we began meeting with committees, and each committee member went through the strategic plan and the capital improvement plan and identified their top priorities, the things that they felt were most important. And they did that individually to avoid any groupthink so that they each would arrive at their own conclusions. Then we met with each individual committee and the committees followed the same process. Best practices and then areas for improvement prioritized in terms of urgent, time sensitive, and important, impactful to the town. And then we met with the committee chairs where they aggregated that input so that the input of each committee then came together and produced the result you'll see. What you'll see that follows is first, the committee chairs will share their best practices, their success stories, and then they'll describe the areas that they feel are urgent and important, things that have a high time sensitivity and have a high degree of impact for the town. And next, they'll describe the areas that are important, high impact for the town, but perhaps not urgent, don't have to be done right now. And then finally, those areas that might be neither urgent nor important, the things that we're doing that maybe we don't need to do. So with that, I'll hand over to the committee chairs to describe their work in each of those categories.
Thanks, Paul, for setting that up. So I'm David Douglas, Chairman of the Fire Mitigation Advisory Committee. Following how Paul outlined this, the Fire Mitigation Advisory Committee came up with best practices and success stories. And we have, I think we've gotten more experienced. The committee has been now active for 3 years. And we have a great group of people. And we are becoming more engaged with the community at large, both in El Paso and Teller County, with the organizations that are involved in wildfire and fire mitigation, evacuation, all those kind of things. So it's really become more of an expansive engagement with the community other than just right here in our own backyard. We have developed ongoing education program for monthly fire mitigation tips. In fact, Paul Yingling is a person who always puts together our monthly tip, and we publish that out to our residents who signed up on our mailing list. So that's a way of communicating with people and giving some ideas on what's available in terms of funding, how to do things. And over the last few months, we really have focused on developing a database so that we can reach more and more people. And we started out with a handful, maybe 10 or 12. And today we're up to about 80 people that are on our database. And those are all people who have said, yes, I want to get information from you. I want to know what's happening. And so, that's a big difference in having a database where you're mass mailing to people and they don't really care. These are people who say, I care, I want to get this information. So we're seeing a lot more engagement of the community and more interest in the community in mitigating their own properties, what's happening around them for mitigation, and how to be involved. As you all know, we have had significant, what we call landscape mitigation going on for the last 3 years with CUSP and Mile High Youth Corps predominantly. And those have been very successful in terms of at least creating a fire break along Mount, I always get the two, along Thomas Trail, let's put it that way. And so those, the CUSP grant, of course, is coming to an end at the end of this year. It was a 3-year grant. We're at the end. But it's been very successful, in my opinion, in reducing fuel load. So I just have to go back to when we first stood this committee up. The first meeting was in 2020, December of 2020. Dick Bratton sort of cobbled together a group of people. It was Rich Bowman and Dan Batten and myself and Ann Esch were the original committee members. And shortly thereafter, Dick passed. And so we were really heartbroken and sad because he brought so much to the table. But we did have strong committee members. And for a long time, we were always one short. It looks like we had 4 people. And every time we'd get that 5th person, we would lose somebody. But I'm happy to say that today we are full. We have all 5 positions staffed. I'm very proud of the team that we have today. They are all have their own area of expertise and have been very active in engagement at all levels. And I think we've got, diversity is a word that's used too much today, in my opinion, but I think we have diversity in our backgrounds and our reach into the community. And I think that's incredibly important and something that I'm proud of. Thank you.
Jesse Stroop here, 10770 Florence Avenue. I hope that you guys can hear me. I'm calling from my truck down in New Mexico. PRT has been together just over 2 years, and it's a fun committee to work on. We realize that we're not fire mitigation, but we do feel like our work is highly relevant and important to the town. So some of the success stories that we've had from our group is the wayfinding signage project. We've had several volunteer days where we've had community cleanups, both of the creek and the park. And we continue to grow the numbers of volunteers who are doing that. The Trails Ambassador program has been highly successful in educating hikers about parking, where to go, what what to do and what not to do. We've also had quite a bit of success in our grant writing. We really try to anticipate reasons to not approve a grant and remove those obstacles proactively when we're writing for those. We did get Gazebo Park Phase 1 renovation in, and we've applied for Phase 2 for the bridge. We are working on a grant to get a structural assessment of the gazebo, which is in a state of disrepair, as we all know. And we were successful on the Bear Aware dumpster blind project, which we are waiting to get built. We do our best to adhere to all sunshine laws and be transparent. And I really feel like the group is stays positive on things that we can work on and doesn't point fingers or blame when we can't move forward on something. But just very proud to share the group and be a part of it.
You, Jesse?
I'm Lamar Matthews, and I am Chair of the Planning Commission. My co-chair, Lisa Bonwell, is also here tonight. I'd like to go over our best practices and success stories, and thank you to Paul for your leadership in this project. As he outlined, we've been working on this for a number of months, and it was important for us to get this here and to you for your consideration in the budget process, as you hear from the committees, and so we'll be going over that tonight. So our success stories with Planning Commission is that we were able to meet the deadline last year in rewriting the land use code. We made it more enforceable, easier to understand, and we reduced it in size by at least 100 pages. So this was a goal for our commission. And I have to really point out what strong committee members, commissioners we have in this group. They were highly dedicated to this process. They were willing to meet instead of once monthly, twice monthly, long hours, many times late, as I know all of you with BoT do as well. And we had to get this rewrite done in the short amount of time that we had left and the small amount of money that we had left so that we could meet the grant deadlines. And so we were able to do that. Our relationship with the town legal team member, Austin, was excellent, and it facilitated our ability to complete this process. So everyone worked together extremely well. Another success story for us, you saw tonight with Phil McIntyre. We wanted to enhance the Planning Commission's processes to rectify engineering problems. An example, of course, was discussed tonight, the guardrail project on Hotel Street. And so we felt like if we could get volunteer residents who are highly qualified, such as Phil McIntyre is, to look at projects from the town's citizens' point of view, not somebody that's way out here and theoretically does something on a piece of paper and then we're all having to live with a guardrail in the middle of the street. We wanted somebody who could look at each project and think about it from the citizens' point of view, and we're the ones who have to live with it. So we feel good about being able to put that in place. And then we were able to hire a contract planner, Julia, who began work in June. In the past, the town has had more of a salaried planner, and this was something that we were told that the Planning Commission was not able to do all the planning work. Staff is doing what they can do. And we were told we had to have an outside planner. And so we wanted to spend as little money as possible for this. And so she only is paid for the hours of work that she does. And we try to keep it to a minimum. As an example, in our our meeting last week, we only had her stay for the little tiny short portion that she was involved, instead of having her sit through an entire meeting. So those are the kinds of things that we feel good about, and being good stewards of the town's money. I've been asked to cover the aggregated information, which will be on the next slide, and that's the areas for improvement. Paul gave us quadrants, as he mentioned, for urgent and important but not urgent. And we had all those quadrants. So I'm going to go through the quadrants. And this is an aggregation of what all the committee members said. And then when the committee chairs came together, we aggregated this information. And so it's kind of mixed up. So I'm going to give the committee chairs the opportunity to weigh in, as I mentioned, each of these, if they have further comments to make. So the first one is in the category of urgent and important. And again, this is with an eye towards your budget process. Fire mitigation. So holistic education, notification, evacuation, mitigation, budget planning, and funds availability. So current CUSP grants are ending, and the town had the availability to use a lot more CUSP grant money, but the funds were not appropriated to do the matching that was required. So we're short 20,000 to fully use all those grant funds that were made available to us. So does the chair have a comment on this?
Yeah. So I'd like to frame that a little differently. This year, which is the third and final year of the CUSP grant, we're trying to figure out what would be the biggest bang for our buck. Where could we spend the money to get the most acres remediated? And this is something we've been talking about for some time, but the rights of way within the town seem to be the best way to spend that money and get the most acres remediated. When we did the calculations, and Nate Scott was still here at the time, we determined there were 14 acres of land in the town undeveloped rights of way. As it turns out, the bid that we got, or the CUSP got to do this work, is about $4,200 an acre. Am I remembering that right, Becky? Kind of, yeah. So in the town, despite the fact that the Fire Mitigation Advisory Committee had asked in the budgeting process for 23 for a lot more money, because we knew that we could use it with this grant, we had $15,000. So CUSP had to determine which acres can we work, and it came down to a little less than 6 acres, 5.8 acres out of 14. So, you know, if you do the math there, we're leaving essentially 8 acres of town-owned land unmitigated, although there are grant funds there, but we did not appropriate enough money to utilize those grants. So to me, you know, we're always talking about looking for money, looking for grants to do things for our town. Well, here's a grant that we had that was a 3-year grant, and we did not fully utilize it. So what I really would like to have you think about as we go into the next budget period is given the fact that we really don't have a grant now that, and for 2024 that we've got to match, we do have grants that come up throughout the year. And we never know when they're going to come up. We had one earlier this year. There was a Colorado State Forestry Service grant. We had about a month to get it, the application put in. It did require a match. We made our application with a proposal to do a match in kind because we didn't have the budget funds. So what we need to do is appropriate money in our budgeting process in the anticipation of grants that may be available for us that we don't know about. Because otherwise, if we say, well, we don't know of any grants out there right now, so we're not going to appropriate any money. Becky and staff are working on a grant right now for Mile High Youth Corps. I don't know if it requires matching or not, Becky is, but if it does, the fact is we don't have any money to do a match if we get the grant. Yeah. Exactly. So the issue is if you use the 15,000 you have already budgeted for the CUSP grant, you have no other funds in, so you're gonna have to find funds. Okay, so, but they're not all in kind. There are some that require a match. So we just wanted to emphasize that fire mitigation, in my opinion, and I think according to the comprehensive plan, is a high priority for our citizens. And I'm seeing that more and more. I think that we need to start putting our money where our mouth is and providing the funds to really do some major things in fire mitigation. While I've got the mic, I'm going to go ahead and talk about the second bullet point, which is enforcement of town laws. We have a code in our in the municipal code, we have an ordinance that deals with nuisance trees. We do not enforce that ordinance. This past 2 weeks during Green Box, we did 2 hikes for fire mitigation, 2 consecutive days. We had some time in the mayor's forum to address people. The number one question that I am asked when we meet with the public is, why is the town not enforcing its nuisance tree ordinance? What can we do about our neighbors whose trees are infested and dead and dying? They want to know what we're doing. And I have told them that we have an ordinance, as they know, but I cannot answer the question why we're not enforcing that. When Paul Yingling joined the Fire Mitigation Advisory Committee, that was one of the first questions he asked when he came to our first committee meeting. What can we do about, why is the town not enforcing its laws? I still don't have an answer, but I think that should be something that is taken up with some seriousness in the upcoming planning cycle for now and for the future.
I'm continuing to go through the aggregated information. And by that, I mean all 3 committee chairs had to agree or this information would not be here. So even though certain committees are talking about it more, all 3 committees agreed, or Paul would not put it on here. Jesse, did you have any comments about enforcement of town laws and codes?
No, I'm good as stated.
Okay. Third is public safety. We capitalized road maintenance because we still have a huge issue with road maintenance. I know this evening y'all are going to talk about a road study. And this is something that the committees, the citizens, we're still extremely unhappy with the situation with road maintenance. I'm sure all of you hear about this constantly and you already know that, but we certainly had to bring it up. Crosswalks, speed bumps, rights of way, parking and traffic enforcement. Again, enforcement of our existing laws would make a big difference for the people that are speeding through town. Some people suggested speed bumps, but if we had the traffic enforcement, speed bumps hopefully wouldn't be necessary. Then next point was the resolution of the guardrail on Hotel Street, as you can, and the Stilling Basin issues. You heard tonight about our efforts to try to resolve that. Maintaining and improving and adding public restrooms was an important thing for all of us and for our committees. Jesse, any comments on that?
As we all know, this has been an ongoing goal of the town, and it just seems like when we get close and then we don't get a grant and it goes away. So again, aggregated, every committee thought that it was very important to be able to address the public restroom issues.
Gazebo Island improvements, the failure of Gazebo Island Bridge and the structure. We've heard tonight about efforts in that regard. Jesse, any further comments about that?
We have written a grant application for phase 2 of the Gazebo Park renovation, which would include repairs to the bridge. And we're hopeful that that grant comes to fruition and we're able to make those repairs. Again, it's critical infrastructure.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next section, which is areas for improvement. These are important, but not as urgent as the previous group that I went through. Regular maintenance of town assets. This is the pool. This is the marshal's office. This is all town equipment. Jesse, comments on that?
As we're looking at these individual town assets, it's just apparent that there has been neglect. Example would be the bridge that we were just talking about. Lack of regular maintenance on the equipment costs us more every year to we just all in agreement that we shouldn't let things come to a grinding halt due to lack of maintenance, and then ask for a grant to repair it or make it new again. We are using private lawnmowers to mow the parks because we haven't maintained the lawn mowing equipment. There's many examples, and so we pull it all together and say regular maintenance of town assets is important. You can continue, Lamar.
The next one is confirming the town plat. And this was something all 3 committees felt was important to develop a plan that incorporates private property owner surveys and town initiatives, identify discrepancies, and use planning commission for the resolution of any of those discrepancies. There's many situations where we've been very limited because we don't have clear lines of ownership. And one example is the fire mitigation project that David was mentioning earlier, where it was difficult to know for sure what was town right of way and what was private property. And if we could have this information very clearly, it would help with the decisions that our planner has to make, the decisions that planning commission has to make. And this is something that Bo mentioned and talked about issues. I don't know if you want to make any comments, Bo, but it's something that he's seen a struggle with in planning commission without having the clear information that we need about who owns what. The next one is town connectivity, Wi-Fi coverage. That's something that is a safety issue as well as convenience, obviously. But if there's an emergency or if somebody's hurt and you just can't reach emergency personnel, that's a huge issue.
I actually have a comment on that. I have applied for technical assistance in the federal broadband program.
Excellent.
So they've confirmed the application. I don't know if we'll get anything, but we'll see.
Good. Staging area, we need a new plan for that. There is on Olathe, a few residents who year after year are inconvenienced and they're becoming increasingly unhappy. I know that all of you already know about that. You've certainly heard about it. Planning Commission has been charged with helping you find new staging area suggestions. And that's something that we're working on right now and will hopefully be presented to you after our next Planning Commission meeting. Flood mitigation came up as well. I don't know if anybody has comments on that. Greater clarity and transparency in town budgets, for example, Public Works. At least quarterly reconciliation of town budget and actual financial statements in public in the BoT meetings. This is something that is sort of standard operating procedure for most organizations, and for whatever reason, this one doesn't do that. Do either of the other chairs have a comment on that, Jesse?
I think I'll bring a specific item to note, not to pick on anyone, but the PRT put together a budget for the year, which included dollars, volunteer hours, and public works hours. And due to the lack of public work employees over the summer, there's a huge deficit in that area of the budget. And there's a huge increase in the number of volunteer hours that are being put in by PRT members who are out mowing or working at the pool. So I think looking at the budget more frequently and discussing deficits just would make us more aware at where we're failing. I feel like that specific issue puts us at risk of losing some of our volunteers or having volunteer exhaustion.
David has a comment.
So a couple of things that come to mind. We recently needed to utilize equipment to haul some slash or some tree limbs and whatnot from owner property as part of our chipper day program. There was not a truck available from the town to do that. We had to use the mayor's personal truck because the trucks were broken. They weren't working. We've talked numerous times about the chipper that the town owns. And to my knowledge, it's still broken. And from what I understood, it was a fairly simple fix. It was some sort of leaking motor or something. But I mean, those are examples of, I think we can't even perform the basic functions. We have let our equipment go to that point. So I mean, I think all those together paint the picture. There is a lack of transparency, and accountability in terms of why is our equipment broken and where does it show up in the financials, and the transparency to the people.
Continuing in the category of important but not urgent is town beautification. Jesse, do you want to make comments on that?
Just that it was certainly something that came up through every PRT member, of course, and the other committees. This is something that we're actively working on, but it's important and we want to continue to focus on it.
I know I heard a lot of comments from people in for the summer about the appearance of the Stilling Basin area. And I know that's in the works and hopefully will be addressed, but it's important. Next, insufficient number of public works employees through the summer. We need to develop a staffing plan to address year-round public works workforce. Has enough been said on this, or does anybody have further comments?
I have none.
We need clear reporting structure, management oversight, and accountability for all town employees documented and made available to the public and strictly adhered to. Because I think there's just a lot of confusion. Again, Jesse talked about volunteers having to fill in the slack. And it makes it difficult for committees to plan and for us to understand why this is happening. Any other comments? Committee chairs?
No.
But, you know, a number of people have, almost everybody I talk to nowadays is their number one comment in general is the roads. I've heard that we have a road plan that's supposedly coming out. I don't know what that means, but I can tell you I live on Hondo and it has not been worked at all. And since I was here in March, and from looking at every road I've driven on in Green Mountain Falls, it seems like every road is in the same boat. It hasn't been worked at all. And I just wonder, is that because there's a lack of accountability for our employees? Is that because the equipment doesn't work? I mean, nobody knows. And I think that's really frustrating to people when there is no transparency and nothing is being done.
Jesse, did you have any further comment on that?
No, I think I would I would be repeating something I already said.
Okay. All right, we're going to our last quadrant. And this is the category of neither important nor urgent, which you would think we would not have anything in this category. However, it was brought up that the lack of law enforcement presence during the high priority times, like only working weekday mornings versus working weekends and nights when we most need someone there, as well as the lack of designated park employees during the high season and lack of lifeguards during posted pool hours, indicate a perceived failure in the management of town staff. And the committees and the citizens are asking the question, who is accountable to this and to what extent? And I have to say that with a squeaky wheel, we've seen a huge improvement in law enforcement during the times that we have hikers, weekends. That has improved since this was written. But people are asking, who is accountable to this and what extent? Jesse, comments? And let me explain why this is under the category of neither important nor urgent. It was stated that if law enforcement is only going to work during the times when we don't need them, maybe it's not important or urgent to have law enforcement. That was the comment that was made. So, Jesse, further comments?
I think not specific to that statement. You know, it is an aggregate of what all the committee members came back with. But I just want to talk about how I feel about this entire project and how we are presenting it tonight. I think in the long process of working through this, there's a lot of forward momentum towards towards getting some of these things done. A lot of these are in progress and a lot of forward momentum. And then there are many things that I think we all as community members walk around and talk about and feel, and they are shown here in this list. And I don't think that it is as a complaint towards anyone specific, but I know that all of the committees represented tonight will be working towards resolution and towards forward progress in all of these areas. So we'll use it as a guiding star, and I hope that the Board of Trustees accepts it as well.
Thank you, Jesse. We all agree with what you just said, that we want this to be viewed as honest, maybe hard to hear, but very honest and truthful about where we saw areas for improvement. And there's always areas for improvement, right? So we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to provide this information. I know the committees and the town will be watching as you go through your budget process, and hopefully the town's priorities will be reflected in your budget process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, comments, questions?
I would like the one slide entitled PC Best Practices and Success Stories. The very last bullet point is incomplete. If we could have the rest of that wording.
I think it's because she will only work as needed.
Needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'd like to say thanks to all the volunteers here in town, and I feel when you guys present things like this that we're hearing from the town, we're hearing from the people who live here. And thanks again for all the volunteers. Can get much done. And I see them out there working every day. So thank you.
I really appreciate the approach you took, Paul, to meeting with people individually and the chairs. Just, it just sounds like it was a really thorough and personal way of gathering information and gaining feedback. And I think it's also helpful that the chairs all got together, and this is a really good way, I think, to provide information for the Board of Trustees. So thank you for all the time.
Other trustees, comments?
Well, I have to say something now, I guess. Thank you very much for your volunteerism. It really is outstanding. And like, you're literally my neighbors. I see, my next door neighbors here in this room, and just thank you. It really is pretty outstanding. The town couldn't really stand on its own 2 feet without, you guys are the backbone. So appreciate it very much.
I guess it's my turn. First off, reiterating the thanks for all the volunteers and the work that's gone into this. Obviously, we have things that are difficult, and there is no easy solution. I hear nothing's being done, and I know for a fact things are being done. I know for a fact Public Works has been out for the last 3 weeks, every Monday through Friday, working on roads. And I also know that Mother Nature can pretty much destroy it in 10 to 15 minutes. And so, yeah, they can go out and work it 10 to 15 minutes later. It's back pretty much the same way it was. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. I also know that Marshall Goings is out all hours of the night doing some of the things that most of us never really even want to know about. And so, yes, I think we'll see later on We're even getting more items from the marshal's office, so thank you. I do have to say, though, I was kind of expecting something a little different as this was going through, and we were going through the comp plan, using that as a baseline. What you've given us is basically the quad chart. What I was kind of hoping to receive was not only the quad chart, but strategies, and then capital improvement plans to basically work on those strategies. For example, fire mitigation, the strategy for fire mitigation could be, we want to ensure that we have adequate funding for, or maybe I should say, even higher level. Town wants to keep fire mitigation in our plans. Then you go to a capital improvement plan item that says, here's some of the details to actually fit into that strategy. And so that's, I have to admit, that's kind of what I was expecting when I first saw Paul pull out this and start going through, some of the strategies and some of the capital improvement programs. And then when you do that, there's things called SMART goals. And it stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and either time-based or time-bound. I have to admit, I was kind of hoping we'd get something along those lines. And so, yeah, that's what I'm kind of hoping we receive after I had witnessed Paul go through a lot of the efforts with the individual.
So yeah, a couple of things. Make sure I'm on. Yeah, so first, the town has, the staff has the individual inputs for the CIP and the strategic plan. So
Okay.
those were emailed, you have those, but to go through 24 pages of data in this format probably wouldn't be the most useful.
Okay. Yes.
Second, let me just
sorry.
point out that I'm going to say that's the goal setting for priority setting for budgets. That's your job. That certainly the town can raise issues, and I think the committee chairs have done a great job of raising important issues. But in terms of setting priorities and setting goals, those are governance tasks. So
Agreed. I was kind of hoping that, if there were specific strategies that went along, there were capital improvement plan items that went along the strategies, that would give us more tools then to basically say, okay, here's the ones we want to focus on for the upcoming 2024 budgeting cycle.
well, again, go back to urgent and important.
I think you went too far.
In artillery, we call this bracketing.
Yeah.
So we're getting close. So yes, this is what the committee chairs are telling you. When you draft the FY 24 budget rather, do these things first. Now, in terms of strategies and specific tasks, I would say that is not a committee volunteer task. That is a governance task that I think, for example, take fire mitigation. That is the most important thing that the committee chairs are trying to say, do this first. If you can only do one thing, do this thing first. Now, in terms of how to do that, there's a lot of staff work that goes into that, and planning and budgeting, probably not for this forum, but in terms of what should we do next? Do this slide next.
Understand that.
Yeah.
I was, like I say, to me, a lot of these tend to fall into a lot of strategic type items. Fire mitigation is a strategic type item. Having specific items that fall under, for example, enhancement of the neighbor helping neighbor program would be a line item that the committees could then say, here's some items that can enhance this strategy.
Well, the committees are doing this work, by the way. I mean, so the neighbor helping neighbor program, John Bell is
Right.
tackling.
I just use that as an
Great effect.
example.
But to be clear, this was not a a project to say, here's what the committees are doing, right? We told you that up front. This is a project to say, here's what the town of Green Mountain Falls needs to do with public funds in the FY 24 budget.
Okay, thank you. That was my misunderstanding. I thought we were getting something a little different, but I
Yeah,
apologize if I,
the committees, are really, the volunteers are working very hard on volunteer stuff.
Mhm.
This is not volunteer stuff. This is governance stuff.
okay, I apologize if someone's, if I've rubbed someone the wrong way.
Oh,
on
no,
this.
no, I
This is
just
just,
clarify
I just
what-
thought
what
this was,
What it is and,
Okay.
and what it's not.
okay,
Because
thank you.
this is all about how we spend public funds.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is there any board action on this, or is this just input for our budgeting?
This is input for our budgeting. I
Okay.
would suggest that, we do have the comp plan matrix that we can update at a work session prior to budget season. So we'll work
Okay.
on that.
I think as we work to tackle these areas for improvement, it would definitely certainly behoove us to powwow, get together with these committees and go over this. Still include you guys in the development of the strategy if you would, it'd be nice to invite you guys to be a part of that. Is that something that that you may be interested in?
The committee, I can't speak for Jesse or David, but I
Right.
think as far as my committee, I think we would be open to, if y'all need more specifics or that we need some of these, I think we'd be happy. We just need to know what it is you need from us.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I would just like to say that I have presented the Fire Mitigation Advisory Committee budget to the Board of Trustees every year for the last 3 years. Every year, I have made a presentation that has been detailed with every line item and how much we thought we need to spend. And every year, the Board of Trustees came back and said, $20,000 3 years ago, 15, 2 years ago, 15 this year. There was no, I couldn't tell that there was any consideration for what the committee's work had been to put together a budget or recommendation. So I'm happy to do it, but we have to do it.
Okay.
It's specific, it's measurable, but it's like $15,000 is the number.
Yeah, and who knows what it'll be next go around. Like I say, we're facing a lot of exceptionally difficult decisions.
But that's not to say, I'm happy to continue to try to work and present measurable plans.
If you guys are open to, it would be nice to have something not just prior to a meeting, but maybe we gather during the week at some point with
Yeah.
committee members, like not just chairs, but all your members, so we can
We can have a joint work
start,
session.
just start throwing darts at a board and figure.
Jesse, is he still on? Does he have? comments?
I am still on and I know the PRT members will of course be willing to help in any way possible. The question will get asked because we did provide a budget which was approved by the BoT this year. And there's a huge deficit in public works input to that budget. And that's a question that's continually asked and just something that we need to continue to work through. But we are, of course, here to help and want to help and want to be useful.
May not be a bad idea for us just to kind of powwow every 6 months, at least. Just to sit down and talk and again, throw stuff at a board and see what sticks.
Totally open to joint work sessions.
Yeah. Again, it would be nice to include y'all in the strategy of how we're going to tackle everything, you all have a lot of expertise in previous lives. It would just be nice to kind of, hear what you guys had to say and
Risk of being redundant, I'll go back and repeat what all the same. This is the prioritized list.
yeah, right.
This is what the town, the citizens of this town are telling you, the Board of Trustees, is the priorities. Fire mitigation is number one. It's not. No, the last one is number one. Enforcement of town laws is number two, public safety, road maintenance, etc. Number three. I don't see the pool on there either. So, you know, I'm just saying, this is what we presented, that is the voice of the town.
Okay. Thank you. It's appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we probably ought to keep moving along. Next item up is our gazebo change order.
Actually, we've got a comprehensive roads plan update.
Pardon me, I missed that one. Do we have anyone on the phone for that?
Oh, yes, Mayor, I'm here. This is Andre. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, Mayor and trustees. Are you ready for me to start?
Yeah, go ahead, Andre. I don't think we had anything in our packet for this. Oh, so we do have okay.
Andre, if you'll bear with us just a second, we just got your graphics pulled up, and if everybody. Okay.
So what I sent in here was just a couple of shots of basically it's base sheets of I think this is El Paso Trail Road. And this is just an example of a base sheet that we're doing here. Basically, well, let me back up just to get started here. I appreciate you all having me here tonight for the update. It's certainly been interesting hearing the issues that you guys are going through, and it's especially great to see all the citizen involvement and input. And if things can only get better, you know, with lots of citizens involved in challenging past opinions and things. And to me, it seems like you're moving in the right direction. So for the road count comprehensive plan, what this is we mapped all the residential gravel roads. It's basically a plan for the residential roads, which are all gravel roads. Now, as we talked before, the assumption here is that these gravel roads will very most likely always be gravel roads. So we have to plan for a maintenance program that's going to address and keep these things going in perpetuity. So what this plan does, it addresses the maintenance needs of the gravel roads. What the plan is not is a capital improvement plan. Capital improvements are when particular locations, particular areas break down, and it takes a very focused look from an engineering, planning and engineering standpoint at what that particular improvement needs are. You look at alternatives, you look at cost analysis, you look at things that are for specific to projects. And then you have enough information for a project, and you put a bunch of these things together, and you have a prioritized plan of these different locations of things, larger items that need to be repaired or rebuilt. That is not what this plan does. Now, it will call out some of those locations that we know about that we either have plans prepared for already, or they're future locations where we believe significant work is needed. What it really does, it starts you off in the direction of asset management. So whether you realize it or not, your roads are the town's most valuable asset. If you were to put a dollar figure on all the assets that the town owns, by far, your greatest value is your roads. Even though they're gravel roads, that's where your greatest value in the town is from a dollar stance. So what this plan is the start of, it's a digital plan that will be an asset management tool for those roads. So it will involve a database. It will involve all of the centerline lengths, the widths, the grades, cross sections, everything that one needs to do takeoffs, to do estimates, areas, basically all the things that you need to plan for maintenance. Good maintenance on your road system, if it's done correctly and daily, will lead to minimizing capital improvement projects. What you don't want is to have a long list of capital improvement projects every year. You can't afford it. But you can afford to basically know your road system, have people that know your road system, use this digital plan at prioritizing, developing costs, and being able to know basically how to prioritize worst first situations. So that's really the goal of the plan. So it's really a maintenance support tool, not a list of projects. We can always develop a list of projects. That's not that hard. What's difficult is to get the town pointed in a direction to recognize daily maintenance of these gravel roads. It's what is necessary, and it's what is the most cost-effective long-term. So what is a road, a gravel road? It's basically geometry and materials. The road geometry is very, very important to maintaining a gravel road. What happens with storms, what happens with, high volumes, high usage, it changes the road geometry. And what the plan will do, it'll provide a blueprint or digital backup for what that road really needs to look like. Typically on gravel roads, now there's a large number of residents that live on these gravel roads, but still they can go for weeks, months, years without any attention to them. When that amount of time goes by with the usage, the cross section, the geometry changes. You need something to go back to tell you what that original geometry was that works for the drainage conditions. So what we'll have here with each of these sheets, which covers every single road in the town, is existing cross sections and a proposed cross section. What the proposed cross section will reflect is the drainage analysis. So we did a full drainage analysis with areas and sub areas, volumes, directional flow, and what that provides us is a kind of a direction for how a road needs to drain. If you can't drain a road, you can't maintain it. And especially mountain roads with steep grades that are very narrow, they don't provide you much area for that drainage to go. So you have to decide, you have to make a conscious decision, where do we want the drainage when it storms here? Is it going to be on both sides of the road? Is it going to be on this side? Is it going to be that side? How are we going to manage it? So that's what the town needs. What the plan does is it looks at that drainage analysis. It analyzes which way the runoff is going to go, and it decides or provides the right location for the water to go. So then when you have a big blowout, you can go back to this plan and it'll show that the operators, the public works people, this is the way we need to fix this road. It needs to go back like this in order so that the drainage is going to go in the right place. So that's probably the most powerful part of the plan. But kind of the database, the data it's going to provide is going to prove to be very useful over time in doing estimates and takeoffs and so forth to estimate maintenance costs. Let's say you want to gravel a certain length of roadway. You will have the lengths, you'll have the widths, you'll have the information here in a digital format that you can come up with those estimates very quickly. It won't be a struggle trying to come up with that, kind of guessing in the field. So is there any questions so far?
Yeah, mainly for town staff. Do we have the equipment to do the measurements?
What you'll need to do the measurements is the digital plan itself. So the way it'll be utilized is with laptops. Laptops are, basically just a computer, simple computer. So you'll be able to do the takeoffs basically on screen, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, Andre, what I was really referring to was that I see elevations on here.
Yes.
We have I'd anticipate that in order to actually see if we got the right cross section, we're gonna have to get the elevations, and that's the question I have. Do we have the equipment to measure the elevations to actually see if we're in accordance with the plan or how far off we are?
Well, so if you're talking about taking the next step to do some engineering, you may get into the need to do additional surveying. Yes, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I said, because if I was to hand this to our public works guys and they sit there and say, okay, I'm supposed to be at this location on this cross section is supposed to be at 7,780 feet. And how do we even begin to do that if we don't have the equipment to even determine that?
A lot of newer equipment will become equipped with technology that allows it to provide some elevations. Certainly none of our old equipment has that ability, and I'm not real certain if there's anything that can be retrofitted into them, but get through the plan and we'll work through that next piece.
And does the question pertain to like, where am I at on the road plan?
Well, if you're looking at a cross section, Andre,
Yeah,
right? And
correct.
so that cross section says you're supposed to be at basically a certain elevation to have the correct drainage.
Yes.
Right now, we don't have the equipment to say, where are we at as far as elevation wise?
Well, that's what the plan is going to give you. Basically, the plan it's based on, I sent one map that basically shows, it's basically kind of a key map that shows all the locations where we actually took a cross section. And those cross sections are the ones that are provided. So every one of those points there is a cross section that helps define the roadway.
Right. We'll have to have something. We'll have to have a GPS-based system to determine elevation. So
we do have GIS. Andre, we talked before about you being able to help train staff on how to utilize this.
Yeah, it's completely GIS based. You'll be able to go to any point on the road system and it'll provide the elevation based on the digital mapping we provided with the plan. That's all integrated.
So if we were running this off of, say, a tablet that had Wi-Fi capability, or not Wi-Fi, but digital capability, the public works crew would be able to go out with a tablet and take a look. Yes.
That's
So
correct.
we may need a tablet.
Yeah, a tablet. I mean, there's, all kinds of different devices out there nowadays, but a regular laptop is adequate. You'll be able to click on a point and it will tell you what the elevation is, based on the mapping is LiDAR mapping. So it's not design mapping, but it is adequate for maintenance, planning, general estimating. Like I say, it's not, in other words, it's not accurate within inches. It's more accurate within like plus or minus a foot. So if you're going to, design a public works project, you will still need to do some surveying to get, very, high precision, high accurate elevations and so forth. But the LiDAR mapping it's pretty much used by everybody now for these kind of purposes. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
When are we going to get the full plan?
Very soon. I'm trying to get CAD staff lined up to finish all the CAD work. It's been a long project. I've done mapping like this before, but not really this level of detail with the amount of information we're putting into it. We're going to have basically assessor's database information overlaid so that you can see the, you can see adjacent lots. The right of ways aren't really right of way, they're actually property lines. As is typical with most Colorado towns, no one really actually produces right of way for the roads unless you're in larger cities. The roads just become, it's really a legal, it's more a legal issue, I guess, as far as what constitutes road right of way, but it's largely defined by adjacent property lines. Most of these roads are fairly narrow comparatively with, but it's typical for mountain towns. You might have right of ways that are, 20 feet wide or less in some areas. Most are 30 plus, but a lot of them are real narrow just because that's just how the properties line up adjacent to the roadways. That's just kind of evolved over time. But all that information will be part of the plan views. But yeah, it's all all these points are geo-referenced and have detailed data. But the base mapping is LiDAR mapping, and yes, there's elevations throughout. What other questions might you have?
Trustees, any other questions? Time is of the essence, Andre. Obviously, we got to get doing work on our roads, and we're even in the middle of it now, and Mother Nature isn't exactly cooperating. So please provide with haste.
I can promise you, we're pushing this as hard as we can to get this out, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, deliverable to you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from trustees? Not, thank you, Andre, and we'll keep moving on. Now I guess we got to go to the gazebo change order.
So you have in your packet a change order for the gazebo. As the crew, well, first off, the painting of the gazebo was donated to the town from the Kirkpatrick Family Foundation. Once they got in there, they found additional items that needed repair. While they're in there, it makes sense to go ahead and take care of that. It ends up being the replacement of a lot of shingles that were in there, as well as some structural repairs to the roof and some Bondo patching. This would be in the amount of $7,000 and would need to come out of the general fund.
Okay, trustees, questions, comments? And while I got the mic on, if anyone needs to take a break, just holler and we can take 5. But
Is there
forget to
any?
keep going.
Yeah. I mean, that's speaking for myself.
Okay, yeah, if anyone needs to take a break, wave at me, throw something at me, whatever works. But yeah, are there any comments on the gazebo change order?
I'm just wondering about, is there any kind of an estimate for how long this repair will last?
I don't know that we have Jesse on there. Typically, those wood shingles, they are, they're going to need to be repaired every so often. I don't know when the last time the gazebo bridge was painted, but certainly keeping it painted will protect those and keep it lasting a lot longer.
Right. They're cedar, right?
I think
They're usually
so.
cedar.
They're
They
usually
last
cedar.
forever, yeah.
And yeah, exactly. So I think that's the big thing is as long as it's kept painted and maintained, then it shouldn't deteriorate as quickly.
So it looked like it was the north side, right, with the ice, being the issue, but paint can help prevent that, or at least
Definitely, it helps to
minimize it.
water seal it, and
Okay.
also that side of it's probably getting a little bit more sun exposure. So there's also probably getting some UV. Paint also helps with that. It does fade in the UV, but it's a great way to preserve wood.
I'm waiting to see what happens. We'll see what's under the shingles. It's gonna be for another time. All right. But they're cedar shingles, correct? I mean, that's the material that we're utilizing for
I
this?
believe so. Usually, that when you're doing a historic preservation project, that's probably one of the most iconic historic structures in Green Mountain Falls. Typically you replace them with like or similar materials that are as true as possible to the original materials.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I motion to approve the contract change order.
Second.
It's been moved that we approve the contract change order of $7,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed, motion carries. Our next item is the Cusp right-of-way project.
This project here contains the cost share agreement between the town of Green Mountain Falls as well as the authorization to enter. The motion on the table tonight would be to authorize the mayor's signature on both of these documents.
Okay, trustees, questions, comments? If none, I'll entertain a motion.
This is just to clarify for the right of way.
Yes,
And if I recall correctly, the determining where the right of way was an issue. Does this somehow circumvent that?
What we had done was we'd gone out well, first they went out and they marked. And then we gone out with a letter and said, if you have any issues of where they're marked, get back with us. We had multiple property owner come back and say, yeah, I got issue. But then we also posted on social media as well. And so as far as I was concerned, we've done our due diligence in letting people know that these marked areas we're going to be mitigating. And I even went and talked to a couple just property owners that hadn't turned in the release sheets, and I said, are you okay with the markings? They said, yeah.
yeah, we did have
So-
quite a bit of questions, folks coming into town hall, having, questions about it, wanting more information before the project began. As David mentioned, there are only 6 acres of the 14 acres of town right away to be completed. So they're able to structure the project in areas that they have had forms returned.
And it also occurred to me when Andre Bracken was talking about the road plan, the right of ways will that information support the determination of, where right of way lines exist?
It's definitely not going to hurt. The issue with the way that the town was built versus the way that the town was platted
Right.
is, mostly has to do with the geology and the geography, the topography here. There are multiple areas throughout town where the road was not constructed where it was built, where a road was platted and never developed, or where people's homes and property lines or structures encroach into the public right of way.
Well, kudos to the whole process. I mean, and everybody involved, because, as long as I've attended meetings, it's been an issue and it's just been kicked, down the road because of the whole legal issue. So, just buying into, the whole project, cooperation, thank you. That's, it sounds like it's been really successful.
Yeah, I hope it is as much of a success as we can manage with it.
So what do we need tonight?
Yeah, you're basically authorizing me to sign the document as mayor.
And not sure I'm looking at the right document.
There are two on there. One of them is the cost share agreement. This is the amount of money that the town budgeted to support this project for their 2023 budget year. The second document is the license to enter that CUSP needs to enter town-owned property.
And at this point, there's no way we can take care of more acreage in the right of ways. If we spend more money.
If we spend more money.
Is that something we can discuss? Before, maybe not now, but we're pretty close to the next meeting. During the work session.
I really don't know. I mean, we can always discuss.
So what I'm hearing coming down the pipeline is that there's probably going to be a good deal of co-swap funds still available, as well as fur-worn funds still available to support fire mitigation projects. I think that the town will need to evaluate, you know, how we want to apply for and have those funds managed. There's a lot of benefits to working with CUSP. They manage the contractors, they manage the grants, but also that money that is granted doesn't quite go as far as it always could. Because there's overhead that them as the grant administrator do need to be able to do that. I do think that one of the things that we need to do looking forward is to update our CWPP. I don't think that the town really, I mean, we have a small staff. I don't think that we have the capacity to manage large scale mitigation projects. But I think that if we're able to get through a CWPP process and identify some of those larger scale projects, that we'd be able to partner with our other areas as a region and make a bigger dent, right? If we've got more fingers in the pie, a bigger pie, so to speak.
And
Sorry, guys, I'm tired.
no, I think it would also be good to get more feedback for how things went with CUSP before we go further with CUSP.
And you're saying that there could be other opportunities other than getting the CWPP squared away before that, possible grant money
I
to
think that-
complete right of way projects?
I think that CWPP is key.
Right.
You know, it's going to help us to identify who our partners are. You know, there's how many acres do we have that also borders CSU property? It's those types of things. And I think that it'll help us to have a little bit more of a strategic approach towards fire mitigation.
Okay. No, that's a good idea. I mean, from my own personal experience, my next door neighbors there's a property runs right through, and it's you know, it's the utilities company, and there's gigantic dead trees that are about to fall over on other houses. So you're saying that would help if we just knock out the CWPP and identify just.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd like to move that we approve the contract.
Be authorized me to sign it.
Okay, I move that we authorize Mayor Dixon to sign the cost share agreement with CUSP.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded that I be allowed to sign that the board authorizes me to sign the cost share agreement. Yes, it is getting late. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, no opposed. We'll keep running. CDBG.
We're so close. Next up in your agenda, we have received a notice of award for the CDBG Phase 2 Gazebo Lake project. Yay. I do have to mention that we did apply for 208,000, I believe was the final number that we applied for. We were awarded $138,000. We do have a match obligation on this grant in the amount of $8,030, which I believe is your CP or Conservation Trust Fund.
Right, and I do need to call attention, it's 135,998,
Uh,
not 138.
It's 135,998. So with that additional match of a little over $8,000, it's still a pretty healthy project. I did include, so before I go too far, this project is the spending on it has not yet been authorized. They are still getting their approval for authorization for the expenditure of these funds. We will not be able to begin this project until at the very earliest fall. However, we will be able to begin working on an RFP. What I'd like to do with this, we do have in there the proposal or the emergency safety work proposal and the restoration proposal that the PRT put together. I would like to ask the PRT to take a look at this and look at the most prioritized components of those proposals and see if we can't build them in. I also do want to look and see if there isn't any type of mini grant funding available that we could maybe get through GoCo or something on a very quick turnaround that we would be able to use this funding as a match for. But in the event that that doesn't come to fruition, what's our plan B? And what's most critical to be accomplished with this project? So more forthcoming on that, no board action required. This is really just informational, and congratulations and thanks to the PRT for their hard work.
Okay, yeah, thanks PRT. If there's no other items on that, we'll move on to the GoCo grant.
Okay, and this is the GoCo grant. Again, same one we have in progress currently. There, as I said, there is a match requirement, but as like the one we have in progress now, it would just be a in-kind match. I would like to incorporate some elements based on some recommendations from the PRT regarding some dead tree removal on the trails on this project. So it may have, it's definitely going to be a fire mitigation project, but it will have some elements of trail restoration as well as healthy forest initiatives. So this grant application is due on July 26th, which is next Wednesday. It's a fairly simple grant application, just asking your permission to go ahead and get it submitted.
Yeah, we didn't really, did we have a slide on that?
It needs to.
Because that's the bridge.
Yeah, it's up next. Included in your packet is really just the request for proposals. We were highly encouraged by Mile High Youth Corps to
There you go.
submit yet another application. The in-kind matches, and we have had a little bit of expense come out of the town coffers with this. We have supplied them with a porta potty up at the site. So would probably want to still continue to do that, but it's a fairly small expense considering the amount of work that we get done.
Are you looking for board authorization on this?
Yeah, just approval for submission of the grant.
Also moved.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded that we authorize authorization to apply for this grant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, item 6 are all we all pretty much wiped.
You do have in your packet both the marshal's report as well as a staff report. Certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have on those. You're certainly welcome to read them on your own time. Email us or reach out otherwise.
Yeah, I would like to highlight that the month of June, they had 62 calls for service. And before the previous month had 44, and before that month, it was in the 30s. Sure.
Please.
It's anybody else see that bus? Thanks for gasping, by the way. I didn't, when I took my schedule, just throw a dart at a dartboard and say, this is when I'm gonna work. I went through our statistics. I went through our calls for service. I went through the times of day, and I picked my schedule off of that. These are some of those numbers. And the reason why I work mainly during the day. During the week. Because our calls for service and our call volume dictate that. It's rare we get calls at night. It's rare we get calls on the weekend. And so I pick my time because it's valuable to you. We have about 50 to 70 hours of law enforcement time that we can give the community. And we have to be extremely selective in how we do that. I'd like to be able to put Will out on his own and not be with me, and he's there, but he doesn't have his wheels under him to do this alone. When we go out on a call, he still gets the deer in the headlights look. And until that goes away, he will continue to work with me. And that will help. We do occasionally cut him loose on his own on a weekend day, but I make sure that I'm in town and I can come quickly if he needs. So we are trying. I am upset with that report because you know how many people came and talked to me? 0 came to talk to me about whatever this problem this group has is. And so until that happens, I will continue to serve you in this capacity and with these numbers as opposed to not. And until you guys or Becky say you suck and you need to leave, I will continue to serve you with that faithfulness. Thank you.
Well, the other thing too that you all need to know is that you do have a great staff. Any member of your staff, it's not hard to find a job right now. Any member of your staff could probably go out into the community and another community or the private sector, go to the dark side and make more money. But they're here because they actually care about the community. They care about making things better. They know that they're making a difference. They can see it happening, even if it's, not overnight, things aren't going to get fixed. And they're here because of the leadership that you're providing them. They do feel well supported and they do feel like they're making a difference. So thank you for that. And I know that this was taking a little bit of a beating. People had some things that they needed to say. We'll work on some strategies on how to make them, how to continue to make things better. It's not going to happen overnight and it's not going to happen without you all support. So.
Well, I'm sorry, everybody, who was part of that report, or well, not everybody, because I know you contributed, but the chairs are not here. Because and I wanted to say this even before I heard the report, but we all see staffing issues, staffing shortages in like every industry, and to get angry with the proprietor or the few people who are trying to cover a lot more of the job than is really practical. It's the public works is no different. I hear El Paso County is down 25 workers for their in their public works force. Teller County's down, Woodland Park is down. We're down. We have one full-time public works employee, and kudos to him for hanging in there, knowing what a tremendous job it is, knowing that there's no way he can do it alone. He's super thankful for the for the work that the volunteers are doing in the parks. But there are days, he plans around when he's going to have the help. He is being strategic about when he's got, 2 more people to work the roads, because there are some jobs that they just can't do unless it's all hands on deck. It's a sad assumption that people think that people aren't doing their jobs because, everything's not being taken care of. But really, it would be like complaining at the one person working in the restaurant because they're not serving me fast enough, or they forgot something, or, I just don't think we're being realistic with the criticism.
Thanks for that. I think that's exactly right. And that report didn't feel good. I can tell you that some parts of it I thought were outright not true. Like, I did present a report at Q1. The mayor helped me with it. You all sat here and looked at it. It wasn't very good. It was my first go at it. I think it can be a lot better. I owe you a report now at this meeting, which I held off on because we were hoping to have the audit done today, which we missed on just barely. We're really close. But to act like there's a lack of transparency or an intentional lack of transparency that's a bummer. A bummer to hear.
You guys undoubtedly work very hard. And I think the hope is that inevitably there's a relationship that is built with those committee members, that
We're trying.
yeah. And it's, Rome wasn't built in a day. That relationship will come together, God willing, right? So, and that's time. Time equals trust in many cases. And, I'm sure people will see the truth in that. And what you guys do, you work hard. I come down here. I visit you guys every once in a blue moon. And you're not
There's a
sitting around.
disconnect.
What's that?
There's a disconnect. There's a
Yeah,
detachment between what's happening day to day and what's perceived.
Yeah, I think the more time you spend with them, I think people that the perception is going to change significantly. So
Would the committees benefit from attending these board meetings?
I think all of you guys would benefit from having coffee every once in a while, just hanging out, going down to the pantry, grabbing an omelet. I don't know, just spending time, because they're an incredible asset, and you guys are an incredible asset, and I think just it's tough. It's tough to have a bad relationship with
Well, and it's
people you establish as friends.
it's difficult for us because I think that we're making that effort, we're spending the time together. It feels all positive, and then the next thing that happens is that we turn around and it's not being reciprocated the way that we felt when we left a situation.
Right.
So, and I don't know how to fix that, but we'll keep working on it.
And there is a question on my mind on whether or not the report was actually passed back through the committees, because I got someone sitting back here shaking their head no. And so was it actually a committee report, or was this a small group of individual report who took an opportunity to try to put it under the umbrella of the committee? That's a question in my mind.
Well,
Regardless, we have a good spot to take and move forward. So we do have the matrix from before. We can go ahead and put some updates to it. And I think that it'll really help to inform, of course, where we want to spend our time and efforts and resources. Then there's the other reality of when there's people coming into the office, that's where we spend our time and efforts and resources. That's something that we've worked really, really hard to improve here is customer service. There's never going to be enough staff to have 5 people in the office in Denver answering the phone to where nobody ever has to leave a voicemail. However, I think that we're making giant strides in follow up and communication with people, and we'll continue to try hard and make things better.
Yeah, and I think that before the criticisms, I think the thing that we could focus on are the things we agree on, and what they presented were the priorities of the projects, and kind of water under the bridge for that other stuff until, for another date that, hopefully that kind of stuff is resolved. Again, I think that the closer we get together, the better. And that's a time thing. I hope that happens.
Well, I want to thank the staff and for your support for the Green Box Festival. That was a really wonderful event. And thank you for your support for the Monday Music Series and for the upcoming Bronx Day Festival. These are things that really build community. And I just want to acknowledge that you're participating and supporting those things.
Thanks. It's certainly not as much as I like. I get a little peopled out after a work week and I apologize for that, but thanks. Thanks everybody for welcoming me. And, I hope that all of our staff gets to feel welcome and encouraged to attend things because it is a great community. Lucky to be a part of it.
I'd also like to thank staff. Thanks staff. It is late. I'll hurry. One of the goals when I first came on as mayor is I wanted to spend time here in town hall, and I've been doing that. And one of the reasons I wanted to do is I wanted to observe the workload. And in my opinion, even within town hall, we are understaffed.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, yes, I appreciate it, what everyone's doing with what little staff we have. And I think we're doing actually a yeoman's job on this. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think I hear somebody on Zoom.
It's Anne smiling sweetly.
Are there any other items before I gavel?
It was
Okay,
great.
it is 10 o'clock. We are adjourned.
Goodbye.
Wow.